gonna slowly sink all night.
Good for him.
All right, y'all ready?
We're ready.
I'm trying to find the original sending when Kate sent this out. Here it is. Alrighty. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to this regular monthly meeting of the Charlottesville Board of Architectural Review. Staff will introduce each item, followed by the applicant's presentation, which should not exceed 10 minutes. The chair will then ask for questions from the public, followed by questions from the BAR. After questions are closed, the chair will ask for comments from the public. For each application, members of the public are each allowed 3 minutes to ask questions and 3 minutes to offer comments. Speakers shall identify themselves, and comments should be limited to the BAR's purview, that is, regarding only the exterior aspects of a project. Following the BAR's discussion and prior to taking action, the applicant will have up to 3 minutes to respond. Alrighty. First item on the agenda, matters from the public not under items C through E on the agenda, which means if you have comments on the consent agenda, which is the meeting minutes from April 21st or May 19th, or a COA application for 116 West Jefferson Street, that would be included, though I think we may pull that from the consent agenda. Do we have any matters from the public not on the agenda? Nobody in the room? Kate, anybody online?
Hang on 1 second, I'm sorry, I didn't read it.
Okay.
No, you're good.
Alrighty. I believe, Mr. Schwartz, did you want to pull 116 West Jefferson Street from the consent agenda?
I do, and not to worry the applicant, just want to ask a quick question.
Okay. So we'll pull that out. Therefore, I'll ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda with the meeting minutes from April and May of this year.
So moved.
Second.
And all in favor?
Aye.
All right, consent agenda is approved. So first item on our new business, or actually, I guess this would be old business or deferred, not necessarily deferred, but COA for 116 West Jefferson Street. Staff like to give us a brief overview. I know you
Yeah,
weren't really
okay.
prepared for a full.
So, this is one that, well, quickly, this is a 1913 brick house in, we did determine north downtown. It's in that line where we sometimes say something's downtown, but in north downtown. And to the rear of it is a 1980s, a separate structure that was built as an addition. This has come to you guys a couple times for various things. One being the restoration, recreation of the front porch, which hopefully we'll begin to see happen. Another portion of it was just rehabbing the 1980s house in the back. And the other piece was completing there's a connection between the old house and the 1980 addition, and there's a back porch there, but because of the use of this structure, the code official identified that they required egress stairs, which require alterations to the two balconies that are there. So we've been trying to work through how to accommodate steps being built into the balconies without sort of entirely losing the, I guess you would now say the illusion, at least, of balconies with railings, because the stairs take up most of the space. So, and also because of the structural nature of the egress stairs, the posts, with replacement of the post, the large corner post and the one in the center, and as with many old houses, it's not plumb, level, or square. So that's why you see the detail. There's a little bit of some offset trim where the column reaches the top at the cornice line there. And so we had a series of conversations and discussions with the applicant about how to accommodate these egress stairs, and they've come up with a plan that meets, I think, the discussions that we've had. One of the things that is in the staff report is there are two options for screening, and staff's recommending the option number one. And we had recommended on consent agenda, given the conversations that we've had over the last several years. And so that's where we are. And Mr. Schwartz had a question about the trim condition. So I'm going to turn it over to him. And are they online?
I guess just to follow protocol, since we did pull it, I should ask for questions from the public first, I think.
However you want to.
Doubt there's anybody. Okay, anybody? Just say no.
No, we're good.
Okay. All right, now, Mr. Schwartz, please, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Might help to look at sheet 8, which is page 57 of our packet. I just want to confirm, so that corner post that sticks out funny at the roof.
Yes.
It'll stick out funny on the west and the south side, like symmetrically around that corner, correct?
It's symmetrical, yes.
Okay, but then when it meets the floor below, does it start aligning again, kind of like how the
Yes.
drawing shows?
Yes, it has to. It's the
Okay.
width of the stair. The egress is like,
Okay.
it's right there.
So the trim and everything on the new construction is all going to look like it'll look normal?
Yes.
Okay, that was my question, and then when we get to comments, I have a minor comment on the two options.
So I guess a follow-up question on the column, on the detail, sorry, I'm getting to the sheet. I guess it's sheet 14, page 63 on the PDF. So the beam on top of the column is not centered on the column.
Up at the top, that's correct.
Okay.
That's a width, it's the only way we can get the required egress width for the stairs.
So is that an existing beam?
Yes,
Ah,
yeah. Yeah, and I don't want to mess, the cornice work is so pretty, we don't
okay.
want to mess with that.
So it used to line up when it was a smaller column, but they had to
Right.
switch to a 6x6 to hold up because of the egress component.
Yes, and the width of the stairs, it's like, that's as close as, it was
Yeah.
like as close as we could possibly squeeze it to get it to work.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I guess you're saving the original entablature, so we'll take that. All right, any other questions? All right, comments from the public?
No one online?
All right. Comments from the BAR?
My quick comment is just that I personally would be okay with both options, but I think the unfinished wood is atypical for this location, so I just want to see it painted.
Yes, that's fair.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you guys agree or disagree, but that was my thought.
So,
You mean
do I hear a
unfinished
preference for
on
the?
two, on option 2?
Option 2 shows an unfinished cedar, and
This
it
is
just it should
option
be.
2.
Yeah,
I just want to see that painted, if that's the one you guys want to go with.
yeah. I didn't put all the little mock-ups in that I sort of worked on afterwards. I agree. I think it should be painted. It should be white. It should just look, yeah.
And I guess the applicant, you indicated y'all preferred option 2. Is there any
I
particular
think-
reason why, or?
I mean, I think it's just, we're a little worried it might feel kind of like a bird cage inside that, underneath that porch, and there's a like little unit that you access right up under there. That's
Like a mechanical unit?
No, like a living, like a little, it's a room. It's a little suite. It's got a kitchen and stuff down there.
Okay. So is this, sorry, just to be clear, out from under the steps is an exterior space just outside of that?
It's like a patio out, yes.
Okay, so
underneath
this
the
would be like a
porch.
privacy screen.
Essentially, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Sherry, I was thinking about the porch behind where your building is, and has the heavy lattice on it. But,
It's actually enclosed.
yeah, so is there because the, sort of looking at,
Kind of
again,
looks this,
the big picture here,
Yeah.
with the bottom, for that privacy
we
purpose.
don't have lattice on ours.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's solid. But there are a lot of conditions like this in downtown where you've got porches and space underneath. I didn't realize it was an entrance either, but.
Yeah.
I actually prefer the lattice. I can't even
That's
give
a-
you a good design guideline reason. I'll just be transparent about that.
It is more traditional. It is like and that's why I had it. I don't mind. Like we don't mind it. It's not like there's not a strong.
And if it is used space, I would believe someone would enjoy the sunlight too and the openness.
And the air.
Yeah, air, not just oxygen. While we still have
Good
it on
thing.
this planet.
There you go.
Good
That's
thing.
right. That's right. Good thing for now. That's right.
Share it.
Well, I mean, we can hear.
I agree with Mr. Schwartz. If they go with the solid panel, it should be painted. Personally, I have a little preference for the lattice. Even a diagonal lattice might work, but do we want to take a straw vote, or do we, I don't know if, both are probably within our guidelines.
I have a preference, but I don't think that the solid violates our guidelines.
Right.
So
I don't think it's for us to choose. I have a preference too, but I agree the solid doesn't, but the lattice looks better.
Yeah, our recommendation went, like, there's also, not Hedge Street, yeah, Hedge, just south of the hospice.
Yes,
They've
several
got
of
a
those,
lattice on the
right,
back.
several of
Yeah.
those Hedge Street ones, yeah.
But again, seeing it in the large picture there, I would recommend, I mean, I wouldn't have an opinion, as far as a staff opinion, of having lattice above. I think that's where we felt sort of strongest, that lattice on the upper panels, if privacy enclosure made sense at the bottom. But that was where we were, looking at, and I said, like, kind of what was on the building at your space and that place on Hedge Street, seeing the two examples of we could fall back on.
Well, may I ask the applicant, did you, because you presented options to us, are you asking us to choose? And do we, for staff, do we need to choose?
No.
Could we say either, as long as the panels are painted?
We'd be very happy with that. The other thing I had thought about is with the solid is maybe like there's in the porch and tablature, sometimes they do the like little cutouts and like solid pieces and like
Cool.
little like like a floral kind of thing, something like that.
Some woodwork, sort of.
I just didn't have time to. I hadn't had time to put together like the mock-ups for that. So if you could get, if we would, I agree. It doesn't want to be unstained and I think it should be painted. I think you're right. I think it should be painted. So, I mean, we're happy for, honestly, we're happy for either. Either will look, I think will look good. If you give us a little bit of leeway, I would like to try like doing something with this, got the cutouts and get a little bit more in depth on it. But, we're honestly fine with it.
Would staff need to approve that, or is it? could our
I'm
motion-
thinking of, like, on First Street North, there's a gate that has really interesting, almost like a routed out grapevine and leaves. I'm fine with that. I mean, again, as long as it's not a dragon or a bright fluorescent green.
I think the dragon would meet the guidelines.
We'll keep it tame and we'll paint it white. I also don't mind. I actually would love you guys' input on it when we get to that point. So I'm happy for.
As long as it's not an aardvark or something.
Yeah. Okay. That's fair.
Well, a serious way to look at it would be some of the railings on the cafe spaces on the mall. For example, the last one I worked with the folks at the Paramount and encouraged them to get creative. So something of that nature, I think that'd be great if there were a way to be expressive about it. So it'd be nice if you asked. I mean, that way I could say, oh my God, that's not a dragon,
No,
do it.
I would be very happy to ask, run it by you guys. Yep.
I wanted to just make a comment. I think I just want to say how great it is to see these renderings from the evolution since the last time we looked at this project is really phenomenal. So thanks for doing that.
You're welcome. Very welcome.
In terms of like my opinion, I like the solid. I think it like brings the new buildings kind of materiality a little bit, kind of mixes the in the center there, which I think is nice. And I would like to see the cutouts or something. I think
That's
fun.
what as I was thinking about this, I was like, I think that's because I've seen it. You can see it. There's porches in downtown that have it, and that's kind of where I was that's where I was kind of leaning, and I didn't get a chance to, in this packet, put all that stuff in there, so, yeah. But I'm happy to run it by you. I'm also, either option is fine with us at this point. The owner wants to, thank God he's got
It sounds to me
financing.
like we're okay with either option, as long as, if you choose option 2, it should be painted.
Yeah.
And then if you want to articulate option 2, maybe just submit the final to staff for the record.
Yeah, yeah.
One thing that staff brought up was the
Mechanical units.
mechanical units along the side yard, which I was kind of trying to figure out exactly.
I have that in that.
They on, are they on a street side?
It's between two houses, and we are putting the front porch in right now. And,
Right.
And we transplanted all of the bushes in the front around and screened the
okay.
HVAC unit with it. And we got it like after the crazy drought, and they've taken really well. So it's really already quite well screened now with the existing bushes.
That's what I just said to Jeff.
And I don't think we can
Oh, did
necessarily
you? Yeah.
require,
It came out pretty good, I think, right? Yeah.
I don't think we can require as a condition of this COA, though it does, I guess on sheet 5, you've got some screening.
I've got-
And
yeah,
maybe
I've got-
that's basically what you said you did. right?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
So it's
Then I'll
already
say
done.
It's as submitted, so.
And they're nice, big, mature bushes, so they're already, they actually transplanted quite well. I was very pleased with that, so. Yeah.
Yeah, I have site photographs too, we can add to the record if necessary.
I'm ready with a motion.
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chair. Having considered the standards set forth within the city code, including the ADC district design guidelines, I move to find the proposed treatment for the rear exit stairs at 116 West Jefferson Street satisfies the BAR's criteria and is compatible with this property and other properties in the district, and that the BAR approves the application as submitted, with the conditions that the applicant may opt for the option 1 or option 2 as presented in the materials, and with the caveat that option 2 would need to have the panels painted, and the applicant preserves the option to do carpentry cutouts in those solid wood panels, and that we will also, as a condition of approval, require that the original rear porch columns be retained on site for potential reuse and reinstatement as part of the future restoration of the property.
I'll second that.
All right.
There was a question.
There was a lot in there, but I think you got it all.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry.
not well worded, but I might have gotten it.
You got it all.
Somebody can work on the wording.
It was clear. That was
Yeah.
good.
All right, we'll take a vote. Mr. Schwartz,
Yes.
Mr. Bailey,
Yes.
Mr. Burrow. Aye. Ms. Lewis.
Aye.
Mr. Timmerman.
Yes.
Ms. Tabany.
Yes.
Mr. Rosenthal.
Yes.
Ms. Trumpeter.
Yes.
And I'll vote yes. Thank you very much for your diligence and bringing us back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, we have no new items this evening. We've got 2 pre-application conferences. The first one is 915 East High Street. Construction of a multi-story mixed-use building.
Yeah, let me, so this is a vacant parcel, well, not vacant, it's a parking lot currently, on the west side of the Martha Jefferson Hospital campus, I've been calling it, and I know it hasn't been Martha Jefferson Hospital for some time, but my
in
son was
the
born.
Martha Jeff district.
Yeah, it will forever be, yeah, where Will came from. But the parcel at this corner, Lexington on the west, High Street on the south, and Locust is a 4.5 acre parcel, but this project involves only a 2.3 acre parcel or portion of that on the west side, sort of opposite Maplewood Cemetery. You all, and this is within the Martha Jeff Conservation District, which, as you know, has a lower level of bar for review than for an ADC district. However, there are still some criteria, and they're specific to new large-scale buildings. So you have some leeway on the design that, even though this isn't a house or an addition and it's typically see in the Martha Jeff neighborhood, the guidelines do offer you some direction to follow. This came to you back in 2023, December 2023, as a pre-app discussion, and when Dan brought this back to us, I had some questions which I shared in the staff report, but I could have brought it forward as a formal application, and we had a discussion, and you could have taken action or not, but I thought it was just more fair to the applicant to let's just, we haven't seen this now in a year and a half, let's take another look at it, get more familiar with it. And the part that you all had raised, or the Board of Architectural Review at that time had raised fairly consistently, was concern about the overall length of this structure as it faces Lexington Avenue. The materiality, a lot of support for that. The design itself, some of the exterior landscaping features, there weren't really a lot of questions or I would say concerns about that, but it was really that length of the building and breaking it up somehow. And so I want to have, really as an objective tonight, certainly look at this thing and talk about it as, almost as if you're having a pre-app again, and some of the folks that hadn't seen it will get reintroduced to it. But I really want the goal to sort of, that Dan walks away knowing what direction he should head with the design, what information is necessary for them to submit a complete application. Because this is a pretty large project. And we have an opportunity tonight to put it. I want to get into the weeds if we can, and not sort of belabor the conversation. Let's take the time to discuss what's acceptable, what's not, what, if anything, needs to be changed or not, and what type of information. There's a lot of imagery in the application, but I know often you all want to see some details and some typical sections, so there might be some specific things that you want to ask for. Like I said, if something of this scale, I don't want to just say, give me typical wall sections. There might be some things that you all want to zero in and look at. I talked with Mr. Schwartz yesterday about this, and just to cover a few bases in case you all have questions about it. This is being reviewed under the old code. So, but the only way that really affects this process is that in the new ordinance that was adopted, it limits the length of building, and so, but being under the old code, there isn't anything in the ordinance that says a building can't be this long. You all can make a call on that, but the code itself doesn't. The other thing that's a bit unusual about this is that there's that large space in the front yard, I'm calling it, and it's a function of the site plan, a resolution that was resolved with the planners, and so I can't really get into the whys and why nots, but suffice it that say that setback was established. It's legitimate. It is part of this has been reviewed and improved. So I would hope, like I said, if you could just go through really work your way through the staff report as a bit of a checklist. The other thing I know, I was asked about the Taylor Walk. And So just to touch on that quickly, so Fairfax Taylor, his house was actually over on 8th Street. Some of you know Anthony and Renata, that where they live now, on the west side, northwest side of Maplewood Cemetery. So Fairfax Taylor didn't live here, but the street that went through all the way to Locust took on the name Taylor Street. And I'm not sure the entire history of how it was vacated, but the last action that council took, I think in 1988 or 98, I can't remember my notes, but it was to vacate that last section of Taylor Street on the west end. And then part of what council requested was that there be a continuous pedestrian path through to Locust Ave. I don't know how that was memorialized. That seems to be some uncertainty of what exactly the result of that decision from council was. But I can say that currently, as best I can determine now, there is a path, there's a walkway that was established, and then it does continue through between the parking, two-level parking garage at the hospital and I think it's the Anderson wing. So there is a way to get there if someone wished to walk through, but I'm not aware of, nor the planner's aware of any legal provision that a path be,
There is not an easement.
so
Just to-
that's what I can tell you about Taylor Walk.
Can I ask a question about that since you're on
Yes.
that topic? Thanks. Looking at, I guess it's sheet 79 in the PDF, where you've got the dog leg on the green arrow.
My green arrow, yeah. Yeah.
So, no, I think it's the next.
It's a site plan I found, that I.
Keep going. Keep going. There it is.
There it
There we
is.
go. So I just want to kind of make sure I understand, and maybe even the aerial might be better.
Yep.
Is a couple questions. Is all of that exterior, or is any of that green arrow path where you actually like enter a building and come back out? or a parking deck?
Currently, yeah, it goes, there's a walkway between the two buildings at the lower end of the arrow.
Okay.
I don't know of any plans to enclose it, but I would also say I saw nothing that memorialized a
Well, the
route.
spirit of it's
so-
there.
But suffice, it exists now. This was a site plan that I found that it at least is labeled. But
And I guess my follow-up question is, the new building proposed really would, I guess, the end of the building would run parallel to the upper portion of that dog leg. That's where the parking lots are to the left of it, as I look at it.
yes, that I think is a drive, an entrance into it. So where you see the little ears on the parking level, the parking lot, those be sort of the end of the building.
Right.
So
So essentially, that alley would stay put.
that would stay put. But that's a sidewalk. That's a concrete sidewalk there. That's the Taylor Walk.
Yeah, you can see it in, well,
Can I interject something
Yep.
here?
Sure, chime in.
That sidewalk that we're
Taylor
calling
Walk.
the Taylor Walk sidewalk is actually not on our site.
Okay, that's kind of what I'm.
So it's been replatted, that plat's already been
Okay.
recorded.
Beautiful.
There's a dog leg off the site, behind it, that comes out to Lexington, that sidewalk is on.
Great.
So,
Yeah, that's all I wanted to clarify.
Yeah,
was
we're
just
not
sort of,
touching
is it almost like we don't have to worry about it because it'll stay put?
yeah.
That's a great answer.
great.
Awesome, thank you. Thank you, Jeff. Or sorry, are you done with your stuff?
Yeah, sorry. I mean, it was really interesting. I asked everyone, like, what is this? And
Yeah.
the surprising how, something that council approved with
Yeah.
certain conditions, but it doesn't seem to have been memorialized.
Well, it seems like this particular project isn't going to negatively impact it, and so I think we take it on if there's a next time.
Yeah. And I said, my final comment is that where I fall on this one is where where you all ended up in the last discussion, and that is that this is essentially a 520-some foot long facade. I don't think breaking it into 2 buildings is realistic, but there's the guidelines for, say, for new large-scale buildings to look to other buildings nearby, and that's where I sort of refer to what we have there with the Martha Jeff buildings. They are long, but there are at least breaks between them, or there are courtyards pushed into them. So that, to me, is the number one thing that I'd like to resolve tonight. And then the second piece is just simply that question of what sort of details, what sort of additional information, and any other questions you might have. But you all, in the last conversation, and I think rightly so, I mean, the predominant material is brick. This is a brick building. They're an interpretation of porches. Porches are very important in the Martha Jeff district. It's set back from the street. It accomplishes, it checks a lot of boxes.
Yep.
Just not the one related to that length. So that's all I had, and Dan, certainly here to answer your question. But anything I can add, detract?
No, that's good. I think,
All right, thanks.
in terms of just pre-applications in general, just remind everybody the intent is, like Jeff mentioned, to kind of work out a lot of these details to help the official COA process be expeditious. So as long as we really slog through it tonight, I think is a good counsel. So with that, Dan, please give us your presentation, bud.
Thanks. First of all, I want to thank Jeff for the intro. I also owe Jeff an apology. He sent me a very long, thorough email with lots of questions and things, and it hit me while I was on vacation, and then I completely whiffed on following up on it when I got back. So sorry, Jeff. But another sort of piece that I think is important, I mean, obviously I presented this almost 3 years ago now. I can't believe it's been that long, but there hasn't been a lot of activity on our part as architects other than helping to push the site plan approval process forward. So this building, it from an architectural perspective, is very much in schematic design phase. I mean, a lot of these drawings are hand sketches or just, illustrated sections and things. We have not fully designed the building at this point. And so a lot of this, especially the length issue, has not been addressed in this presentation, but we are aware of it needing to be addressed. One item that has been addressed is related to fulfilling a zoning requirement, which is the creation of that lot along Lexington Avenue. And in order to show that as a lot, we have to show that we can build a building on it. So this presentation includes an additional 2-story building that's on the corner of Lexington East High on that newly created lot. Whether or not that building is actually constructed, I don't know. But it is designed and works from a code perspective to satisfy zoning requirements for the project. We actually see that setback as a benefit to the building in that it allows us to create these front yards to activate, the street from a pedestrian perspective. And, we've really been able to push the building back to sort of be parallel with or in line with the adjacent houses. And I think that that's worked pretty well for us from a design perspective. The building length issue, I'll make one note, as Jeff conveniently pointed out, that the restriction in the new zoning on building length, but he did not point out the fact that the new zoning would allow us to build, I think, maybe 12 stories here. So, right. So while we're pushing a limit in one direction, we're not in the other. So the building length issue is a really critical one from a design perspective for an apartment building of this type, a deck wrap building. The deck is oversized because it needs to serve the office use and the residential use. And obviously, we're motivated to keep the deck concealed from view, which is one of the drivers of the building length. And then just standard apartment layouts then drive sort of the depth projected from the garage towards the front of the building. And so, as you push and pull the building, greater than, let's say, 5 or 10 feet in either direction, you start to basically eliminate units from the building, which then, becomes a development pro forma issue, which I know may not necessarily be of consideration to you guys, but it certainly is to other stakeholders in the project. From a design perspective, this is, I think, more or less all the same as what was presented. So, we have a big focus on activating the street-facing facades with individual unit access to the street, to the yards, defining sort of yard areas for those ground floor units, and trying to really establish a sense of place for the residents and for the neighbors. One sort of benefit of this site is that we're largely across from the cemetery, and there are a few houses across Lexington Avenue, but I think even many of those now are offices and not residences. So we're very sensitive to impacting neighbors. I grew up in this neighborhood. My mom still lives there. She would be here, making comments against this. I didn't do that. So that is something we're really trying to stay sensitive to. Actually, if you could go to that previous slide, just to quickly explain this building on the adjoining site. It's a 2-story building, proposed commercial, attached to the main building with a party wall. It is 1 story at the Lexington and on the East High end, and grade goes down fairly steeply actually at the beginning of Lexington off of East High, and so it becomes a 2-story building as you move north on the site. So we've tried to really kind of bury it into the landscape as much as possible. Let's see, Kate, I'm not sure. Are you in my presentation page, Summer? Can you go there's a page with the overall site plan. It's like a black and white page towards the beginning, maybe the 4th page. Yep. There we go. From a setback perspective, we're over 50 feet from the face of the nearest house to the face of the building, and we're 45 feet from our property line to the beginning of the building on that planned right side of the building. We've included a large portion between the current access road that I guess is Taylor Street technically, even though I think it's fully private at this point, for screening. So again, just showing that we're trying to stay sensitive to the neighbors. And the overall development is lower in height than the CFA buildings that are behind it. Is it worth me talking through our design strategy now, or do you want to start sort of digging into some other stuff?
I think, one thing, we want to make sure we answer any questions you have. So if you have specific questions, definitely ask us.
Well, the previous comments from a design perspective in Jeff's notes were very clear to me. I think what would be most useful for me would be to talk through some strategies and ideas around the length issue.
Around the what? Sorry.
The building length issue.
Okay.
Yeah. So, our approach, there is push and pull in the facade. We've tried to break it down with different colored brick and building heights as it steps down the site to sort of break the read of the building up into multiple buildings. And there's opportunity to do more of that, but the sort of tough piece to solve would be if the solution that would satisfy you is a much more significant shift in plane in the facade along that street.
I mean, we can jump in.
Yeah, please.
Personally, I don't really have a huge problem with the overall length. I think y'all have done a nice job of trying to break up, at least, like you said, it's schematic design. So I'll say the different colors of brick in different sections. You know, I wonder if it makes sense to maybe respond to the topography and perhaps like, you know, relating the different width sections to the topography changes. I'm just sort of throwing ideas out here. Something else I thought of in some of your precedent images of kind of typical residential front yards. You know, you've got of your site plan, we've kind of got essentially a long grass strip with sidewalks going to the doors with some trees planted in there. And I wonder if you could almost do additional plantings and hardscape to make those feel almost like individual front yards. Like, I think that might make it feel more residential and tie into the neighborhood. But I definitely defer to our landscape architect on that one too. So Jen, please chime in on site stuff. So yeah, for example, see where it steps down and you've kind of got the red block, like maybe shifting that line one way or the other to have the materiality adjust with topography. Maybe that makes sense. But you know, I think ultimately, like right off the bat, it'd be good to hear if anybody has any major objections to just the overall length of, I think, 525 feet. Is that what it was?
It's just sort
26?
of wing the, yeah, I don't have a dimension, but that's,
I think to some degree that's as long as that site is now. It's a parking lot.
It's a parking lot.
So, you know, you've got a 525-foot long parking lot there right now. How important is it to have that be more than one building versus one building if it's broken, you know, the plane shift and materiality shifts and things like that?
I think it's interesting. I mean, I think Jeff's comparison between this and other buildings of that length is something to note. You know, the closest thing, nothing, well, I'm sure there are longer buildings, but the closest ones that you listed out were a couple of parking garages at 400 feet. So I think it's something that we want to consider, especially given the adjacency to the neighborhood, and as you mentioned, your wish to be sensitive to the neighborhood.
yeah, to be clear, this is all sort of echoes of West Main that, you know, we've heard for years, and the length of some of the new buildings and the even having the city attorney at the time saying, well, you know, the BAR they could have put a gap in that. They could have, you know, so you all have that ability to, and I'm not saying, I would never say to separate buildings. I think because of programmatically what they're trying to do there and with the structured parking behind, I get that. It was simply the idea of, is there at least the illusion of a break, of a gap. And then I just wanted to emphasize that I'm not representing my view, I'm expressing this my view, but it's representing what the BAR discussed at the last meeting. So you all are I'm more than happy if you say, thanks, Jeff, but you know, landscaping can solve it, and I agree with Dan entirely. I mean, the height of this, this is not a tall building, and it is following the grade. So there's benefits there. So it in your hands, I guess, if you think strongly enough about the length or not. I think it doesn't hurt me.
I think another thing we should keep in mind is their setback is pretty deep. I think that helps a lot getting it off the street. I also think the fact there's a cemetery right across the street pretty much locks in, there's not going to be another building over there to create any sort of canyon effect at this particular site.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
No, you go. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
okay. I think Jeff's concern, or the previous BAR's concern about the length, is a good one, and I guess I'm going to quote you here on page 22 of your packet. Sensitivity to urban context and scale, engaging with the scale of the street with change in texture, rhythm at ground floor, breaking down building elevation with change in material and color. So I feel like that statement is a really good step in the direction of the solution to the problem. But I'm seeing your sort of volumes as, if you go to the elevation, the long elevation, I think, taking some of the precedent images you've provided, which are all really evocative images, they seem to be like a smaller scale, kind of narrower kind of blocks of color, if you will. And I think like the brownstone examples that you show too are sort of a similar version of that with a little bit more depth and like play. So I think it's a really interesting like yard that you're designing. And I wonder if there are any other spots in the city of like an apartment building that has a similar kind of yard condition. It's obviously like feels very single family home sort of. And I'm like thinking about like the brownstone example again, where like, parking spots have been taken over by living spaces. So I think that's really interesting. And I think James's comment about the landscaping and allowing it to have difference in personality throughout that landscape would be really fun. I think my big takeaway is like, look at your examples that you're showing, the precedent images, and like bring more of that, break down your volume a little bit more. I think you could achieve a kind of interesting urban effect with what you've got, maybe without the break, but.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great.
Yeah, I would second that. I'm just following your footsteps on the page that we're looking at. The the contemporary precedent image that kept drawing my eye was the one on the left, in the way that it does provide you a contextualization of the adjacent neighborhood, but doesn't mean you can't do a building that long. It's not a matter of the size of the building. It's a great spot for infill.
Yeah.
We're all for that. But that is that in comparison to the facade you're showing now, it feels more like a bigger blocks that are sort of the differentiation is just there's a sort of an additive feel to it. In this case, there's more kind of a delineation, and sometimes it's just a subtle reveal. I think that you can put in, and maybe a reveal that's aligned with the step down building, right? So that and some of the parts of your facade you're showing the blocks sort of bridging those step downs. It seems like a place where you want to make those divisions and create those breaking down scales. And then I'd point to the precedent on 107. I don't know, that's a little bit more of a the next page that we're just looking at.
Sorry.
There is a little bit more of a, I don't know if that's possible, but there's a little bit more of an enhanced separation happening at the entries. But in the great scheme of things, the setback, and as we mentioned in the previous meeting, your main objective to provide a landscape that engages, that sort of parallels the street as it is, but also engages each of the residences is pretty exciting. I'm looking forward to seeing how that develops.
Great.
So, looking at the precedents that you've given us, I very much appreciate the materiality that you're showing and the contemporary use of brick. But I think, has been said, is that some of these images are much smaller buildings. Like the image that David had mentioned with on page 109 with the 3-story townhouses. I mean, that looks fantastic, but if 525 feet of that is going to be insane, you won't realize that it's all those little breaks are just going to make a big long building. So I do think the color blocks that you show on your elevation, the modules there, I actually think that makes a little more sense for how the spacing for breaking down the building, because if you make it too small, it just becomes a repetitive thing that the length, it emphasizes the length. It's like the Standard on West Main Street has all those small modules that we thought were a fantastic idea 15 years ago, and it just makes the building that much longer because it's like a train car of little repeated pieces. But I think we need to see this in 3D from the sidewalk. Whoever had mentioned the landscaping, you show site walls in your elevation that aren't showing up on the plan. So I don't know how those interact with the sidewalk, and maybe that does make a difference. But it would be really interesting to see how long does this building feel from the sidewalk in 3D. And I think the whole project I need to see 3D views of, because I'm having a lot of trouble understanding the elevations. I don't think the 1-foot recess is doing it, and although I love your concept for detailing these buildings with the modern use of brick and the squares and the kind of the gridded openings, because it's so pervasive. Again, I think it's just going to make the building that much bigger feeling. It's just it becomes a texture versus a detail, if that makes any sense. So yeah, I think we need to see it in 3D before I need to see it in 3D before I can give any real feedback. But I do caution us on when we say break up the massing, I caution us on too much fine breaking up of massing doesn't seem to work in a building this big.
Yeah, I think too much variation tends to get busy. That was something that we talked about. But on the other hand, I think when you look at, and when you discuss precedents, the idea is not to copy what's there, but to sort of take hints from obviously what, how it's successful and how do you apply that to this building? It's going to be it's a different size and it's a different volume, so it's a whole different ball game, but that's kind of the fun of it.
Yep.
I agree with what a lot of people are saying. Can we go to the full elevation, the long elevation? I get the feeling that it's relying a little bit too much on color to try to create differentiation, because when I look at this in black and white, it's pretty repetitive and pretty uniform. And I think what Carl was saying is we don't really get a good appreciation of the ins and outs when we see these elevations, but I would rely less on color, actually, and more on form and shadow and differentiation in that way.
Yeah, I mean, an idea popped in my mind while we've been talking of changing the sort of grid strategy and fenestration strategy per block as a way to like break it down.
That would make them look like individual buildings.
Right.
A little more, I don't know.
Yeah, and the color also doesn't seem to correspond quite with kind of the massing.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems more random on a monumental scale, less.
Like, for instance, that section, I guess, second from the left, where, it's a pretty big step down of a full story, but it's all the same color. That might make sense to change it up.
Right, so if
Change up some of the
you
detailing.
go back to the full elevation, so that bottom one. So I mean, when we were looking at this as far as how to break it down, my partner and I were actually debating if you follow the breaks with the steps in the roof, but what you end up with is that center section where the gray is now, you add 2 more modules to it, and it becomes even longer feeling. So another alternative would be to break that down further in the middle and sort of target a module that's maybe 2 bays wide instead of 3 or 4.
Well, again, some of your precedent images did a really nice job of sort of variations of shadow and light and bigger openings and smaller openings. And I think, again, that's what I would try to use rather than just color.
maybe this is just for my own education, but like a lot of some of these precedent images and the design, maybe some of the architects can help me out here. Whatever happened to cornices?
Modernity.
Just gone? And like,
Whatever happened to a nice taller building that is just a beautiful skin?
yeah.
Why does everything have to be broken down?
I can answer that.
Yeah. You know, I like classical architecture, so I'd go with
I don't
that.
know, did Corbusier kill the cornice? Was it his?
Somebody. So you might explore, you know, putting some heavier details in there, give it some deep shadows.
Yeah.
I have a feeling this ship has sailed a long, long time ago. But, you know, that weird 30-foot wide lot you have was, you guys, I thought I remember you guys were doing that to avoid the new zoning code. Why do you have that in there? Because I think
It's not to avoid the new zoning code. The old zoning code, the adjacencies and transitions include across the street.
Okay.
So if we kept that on the site where we're trying to put this building, we would be significant. I think we could only build 2 stories across the whole site
Because
it's adjacent to like R1 zoning across the street.
well, now it's adjacent to NX10 across the street.
Well, the problem here's the problem with the new zoning, and I think you at least have sat in on meetings where I have tried to get this changed 1,000 times, is that the new zoning length restrictions say that you can connect buildings a longer length, but they can't share any systems.
Yeah.
So if we were to break that down into, it'd be 3 buildings down the length of Lexington, we would then need 6 egress stairs and 3 more elevators and completely inefficient construction.
Yeah. I mean, they let you put in a courtyard, like a big 30-foot deep recess to do that.
And so
But
that recess on this building, because of the size of the garage that we need and the thicknesses, that recess would push all the way to the garage or the corridor.
Yeah. I don't-
So that building is set, that,
I don't mean to drag us into that because
No,
I'm
it's
really
fine.
tempted to, but I don't mean to. I guess what I was hoping to get at is, it's great that this building's set back so far once you get near those houses, but it would have been nice if, the treatment of the corner there sucks. And one way you could have helped adjust the massing and maybe break it down in a more interesting way is to pull it towards the street once you get towards the corner of Lexington and East High. But I'm guessing that's.
if you're able to
that's
change
done
the
now because
zoning
of-
code and overrule that, I'd be
Yeah.
happy to do that. I would love to address the street a little bit differently than we are now, but.
Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah.
For clarification, the 2-story building that's shown, is that a placeholder hypothetical, or, I mean, it's fair to say if it's just to show something can go there, or?
I don't know.
Okay.
And I don't know that anyone knows. We have not been given a firm answer on that. So it is, the base purpose of it is to show that there is a useful and constructible building that can be built on that site. If it ends up being required to be built, I don't know.
I think Carl's point is a really good one, because I think right now we're seeing the Lexington Avenue as the main facade, but really it should be High Street,
That's
right?
right.
And I don't even know what that looks like.
Yeah, it's in the elevations.
Very
Is it-
confusing to understand that elevation.
It is hard to understand.
Well, I think
There's-
that
we
gets
can-
to your comment
yeah,
about sort of seeing it in 3D or a perspective view.
Yeah, it's
it's
hard
such
to
a-
understand because that elevation is looking at the building at an angle.
Right. And I also was, I don't want to get, hold on. Jeff, do you recommend, in your staff report, you have the Martha Jeff architectural character defining features, but then you also kind of have right above that, your staff comments. Is that what you want us to kind of go through checking?
Questions?
I just want to kind of keep us moving along and getting feedback.
I got a whole page of
I have-
feedback if we
I
ever
have
get there.
feedback on
The what?
Okay. Well, I think it makes sense to try and
Use some comments.
Do you want to talk about landscape?
Well, I do. What I'm trying to do is maybe just go down the list and then comment on each thing in
Jeff
an
doesn't seem
orderly
to talk about landscape much in his comments. So.
fashion.
Yeah, I think what I would say is somewhat, like I said in the beginning, is that the setback spacing, we're not looking at the
Okay.
houses to the north. I think the fact that they have it is set back from the street respects that, has the porches, it's using brick. So we've sort of checked the box there relative to a connection with the rest of the district. And then the second piece of then you have the height massing. I think we've, even earlier had established that the height was fine. In fact, there was some, at the last discussion about even going tall, encouraging go taller at one end or the other. So when I was putting the staff together, it was sort of that, how do I talk about the historic district as a whole, of which the Martha Jefferson campus is part. But I'm really looking at those buildings within that complex. And even though they're not only, I think only the Patterson wing and the old hospital are contributing, and I think even the hospital's an IPP, but those buildings still there, and sort of looking at them as the reference point. So that's where the staff report sort of splits up a little bit between what's going on in the rest of the residential part of the neighborhood and what's going on at the hospital. And kind of going through sort of, the height that's within the guidelines. The building form, flat roofs are okay. The openings and orientation windows, I've never quite understood that guideline anyway. Building materials, textures, using brick, paint, there's no paint involved, no site issues involved. No garages to be worried about. They're incorporating front porches, which are typical throughout the district. So it's, as far as walking my way down through the guidelines, the only one we were sort of stuck on was that length. And then we got to, as far as the rest of the information that I'd shared with Dan, was where I had some questions for him about clarification of something, or hey, can you, do we need a detail to explain it? You all may say, we don't need a detail, or I prefer a detail of that. So
Okay.
maybe that's the better checklist that I'd like your thoughts on.
Okay. So, I think we've talked a good bit about the overall length of the building, and we've heard some strategies for breaking up the massing, and even a suggestion to possibly just actually unify the massing as one long, nice building. Just an option. I think everybody's okay with the height at 5 stories.
Including all the way at the north side? I mean, I am, but I think that was a question from Jeff.
Which way?
Towards Taylor Walk?
I think,
Jeff's
since
staff
the
report
grade-
suggested stepping down.
There was
The
there was
grade
some
steps down, so does the building not step
The
down?
building steps down too.
Yeah.
But did I misread one of Jeff's?
No,
He made that comment.
Yeah, there was a comment that was, and it wasn't a heavy comment from the last BAR meeting, but it was at that, right where the cursor is there, at that corner. And then on the other side, and where it shows the heights relative to the residential building starting on Lexington. So it was that.
There's a section showing that.
Yeah, so
Earlier in the presentation.
yeah, that one's.
The long
went by
section.
it. Oh, you're flicking. Okay.
It's not me.
Like Kate was. You're flicking.
Kate's doing it.
Who's flicking?
Let's see, page 20? 19, sorry.
So that was,
There.
I
Oh,
just
one
was reflecting something that had
There we
been
go.
said was
That upper elevation, the left side of it.
this corner, was there a, that, that end there and not, did something need to be pushed and shoved there push back that height. The guidelines don't necessarily require it, but I'm just, again, reflecting something that was said in the meeting a year and a half ago.
I think it's far enough away that it's not necessary, but that's me.
Yeah.
Are you maxing out this zone, like the zoning envelope?
Yeah.
You are, so you can't go higher.
No.
I mean, if they redid their site plan, they could go to,
If they switch to the new code.
Right, right.
Yeah, and then there's a whole other thing we couldn't do.
We talked about materiality. Like Jeff said, supported brick. I mean, I think the front porch idea, again, we talked a lot about the residential feel of the front yards and the front porch. And Jen, we are going to come back to site, don't worry. That's something I'd want to see details on. Like right now, it kind of just looks like there's a sidewalk going to a door. So making it more of a porch to respond to the district's, one of the district's character defining features. And I don't think that necessarily means having to have a roof, but like a gathering space type feel, which I think, in my mind, it's encouraging people to activate the front yards and have that dialogue with the street instead of just walking in the door and shutting the door.
Yep.
Garages, yes. Sorry. Okay. So we can go to site, if we want to do that first. You can go ahead.
Sure. So, just one question I had is about the history of this site. That we have a 1920s Sanborn map, but I'm curious if you know anything, or if you've done any research on the history of this parcel, given that it's across from Maplewood Cemetery, Tarleton Oak is to the side. I'd just be curious if there's any, knowing that you're going to be going down, right? You're going to be digging, so I'd be curious if you were able to do a little more research on the history of
I've not researched beyond what Jeff has sent me, but
I just, given its context with the cemetery there, I feel like that would be worth a little bit of a dig to look, not literally.
yeah,
but-
the site was pretty deeply excavated for the construction of the current parking lot. We're not going below that grade. I mean, obviously we'll do foundation work below that grade, but there was quite a bit of utility work that happened on this site prior to this project.
Yeah, the Sanborn sort of starts 1920,
Right.
but prior to that, we don't have a lot. I do know that a lot about Maplewood, and it never overlapped. It was pretty much contained to that spot. So, and that, I mean, there's no discussion when in the early 1800s when they're talking about they need a cemetery. That's one of the interesting things I will say about Maplewood is there are graves in there that predate the cemetery because they moved people from other locations to the site. But the boundary of the cemetery is what you see there historically. It had not been anything larger.
Okay, well, I just think it warrants a little bit
Yeah.
of study. And then just looking at the location there, again, given the cemetery, I think I drive down that street often, and it's really got a nice character to it, even though there's a parking lot along there. And I think that has to do with a lot of diversity of canopy in the cemetery, but also even along the street there's a nice amount of land given to a kind of a variable hedge that's along there, right along the parking lot. You've got it really creates a nice break from the monotony of the asphalt. So I think it does look like, you're showing a diversity of canopy sizes in your your rendering for that, but I would encourage you to look at shrubs, trees, ground cover, something that maintains a diverse canopy from 2 feet up along there that's consistent with what you see across the street, but also with the housing that's further, Lexington, just going down Lexington and looking at the houses along there and the kind of diversity. So I think that would create a little more character to that long facade, just to have big trees, real trees. Like you have space to do an oak or to do a hickory or to do something, and then do some smaller street trees. You wrote street trees or canopy trees or something, and they're ornamental street tree, but I would, do dogwoods, red buds up to larger canopy trees, and then also look at shrubs. I don't really see a precedent for the wildflowers there. I think it's pretty, but that's going to be sometimes that is just code for a messy meadow that no one's going to take care of. So I would just look more at contextually some of the front yards there to come up with a palette that's got some interest. And then you talk about you have a quarry block retaining wall as a bench. I guess I was just curious where you came up with that detail for that facade along the street. I guess I would look more to the walls that are fronting. You have other you show in your context. You show those cute little walls, those little columns. Brick or CMU with a.
Right. It was our sort of more modern interpretation of.
Yeah, I
that.
think I would just look at using again materials from that across the street. It could be nice to mimic the scale of that wall and those columns that are in the cemetery. And then there is that marker for the Taylor Street, and I don't know if that's also not on your site.
It's not.
Okay. Just
North side.
okay. Just
It's not.
I just would like to, make sure that that's not removed in the process. And if it's not on your site, that's not a non-issue, but just wanted to bring that up. I think that was most of what I wanted to add.
Can we talk about the High Street site or landscape or hardscape, really more hardscape? I guess, what, you got, I guess, it's the yellow concrete sidewalk along Lexington, and then you're proposing brick along here. Does it then tie into, does it then tie into a further brick sidewalk going on down High Street? Or
no, and this is sort of our interpretation of a site civil plan, so this is not necessarily the sort of final intention here.
Okay.
So we'll develop that further before we're back in front of you.
Do you have to capture stormwater here, or are you going to have a cistern, or?
We have to capture stormwater. There's a pretty substantial underground retention system that exists on the site.
Okay.
That currently exists, or?
Currently exists, yeah. That has a specific name that I'm blanking on right now, but it has like a whole landscape integrated into it. There's trees planted above it.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So you'll be using something like that.
What about the, so I did peek at your site plan, which is a little bit different from what you guys are showing. Is there any plan for the power lines?
I'd have to refer to the site plan to answer that question.
Okay, I think it shows them staying, but it shows large trees on East High, which I think are vital to this project being successful, but it shows them underneath the power lines.
Right.
And those are some big power lines on East High Street.
That portion, those power lines might be going underground. There's a utility project happening there now, and there was a easement that was provided as part of this redevelopment for that. I can look into that.
Okay. I think that would be something important to consider. Similarly, on Lexington, there's power lines. I don't know if they're just communications or if they're actual power. but I think they might get in the way of your trees, and
Well,
I
admittedly,
don't know if
there's
you
a
guys are,
misrepresentation of that streetscape in our plan, which is that there will be a planted strip after the street and then
Okay.
the sidewalk
but I think the power lines are currently,
on the,
well, one of them's in the sidewalk.
right.
Is the sidewalk going to stay where it is, or are you guys replacing
Sidewalk
it?
will move off the street. Right now, the sidewalk is, on that stretch is right on the street, I believe.
There's a grass strip,
Is there a grass strip?
Yeah.
Sorry.
and I think
The
you're drawing.
sidewalk will then more or less stay where it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I guess something else, just consider those power lines so that you guys can put the trees there.
Yeah.
And at least the one that's in the sidewalk, it'd be fantastic if you could get it out of the sidewalk, because it's a pretty narrow sidewalk, and, you know, if you're putting this many units, you know, using that space.
Yeah.
Yeah. It'd be nice if it was actually usable.
We've been a little bit of building architect, playing landscape architect on this so far. That will change. There'll be a landscape architect taking over that role.
In other site stuff, we would want to see any sort of exterior lighting.
Yeah. Including on the roof. You guys have a big rooftop amenity, and there are some buildings around town that have rooftop amenities, and they put big pole-mounted lights up there.
All right.
And because you're so close to the neighborhood, I think you want to avoid that.
Yeah, our rooftop amenity is actually something at least one story below
Okay.
the top of the building.
Even on the north side?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I guess if you were looking from a long way away from the north side and there weren't any trees or houses, you might be able to catch a view of it, but
Just consider.
I understand the light
Yeah.
issue. Yep.
Because the residents
That is-
across the street may
Yeah.
not be able to sleep at night.
Yeah, well, it's
I'm kidding.
substantially above the height of their houses.
So I don't forget, so I'm putting the burden on you all. So right now, the new ordinance addresses color temperature and things like that. Because this is the old code, we would want to make sure, remember to have our boilerplate 3000K condition, things like that, so.
I know I'm backtracking, but I have a question for Jeff. Is this being reviewed under entrance corridor?
So no, because we do one or the other. And I, honest to God, cannot remember how we coin tossed it to this.
Strictest guidelines apply.
Strictest guidelines apply, and there, could be,
Como si, como sa.
because we've had discussions about which is stricter, and, but I cannot remember why. But I think I will tell you all is that in other similar situations, I've encouraged applicants for a large-scale project that it's easier to work with the Board of Architectural Review and to sort of have a conversation about the design, that the Planning Commission and the Entrance Corridor Review Board isn't built for this sort of a discussion. So,
Except for Carl.
They all hate me.
so
I get the
yeah.
details.
So I know we've given you a long wish list, Mr. Bracy, but definitely elevations on High Street. I feel like when we adopted the entrance corridor guidelines, and I'll date myself because that was 2 development codes ago, we were really hoping to get High Street activated, and it finally has been. It's really been, Preston has lagged, but High Street has really taken off, in the last 2 decades. And I just want to know what this, I guess, rhythm of sort of what looks to be open space and then jutting corners, looks like on an important corridor.
Yeah, I mean, that facade is
Next
fully
to it,
under-
a historic asset too,
Yeah. So I don't want to, we are spending a lot of time looking at the Lexington Avenue facade, but that High Street elevation is under your purview as well, so.
Yeah, I think that really just is gonna have to be shown in 3D because of the way
Yeah.
that facade addresses the street. This elevation drawing is honestly even confusing to me at this point, you know, a few years away from being dug into the project, so.
But it's also an opportunity, you know, you've got like sort of a real potentially cohesive skin, and as it wraps the corner, it's a moment that you can take advantage of instead of just like continuing to wrap the skin, which is what it looks like now.
Is your plan to include this small two-story building in the final project? Like, is that what will we review that next, I guess?
His answer last time we asked was, I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, we've
I don't know what
asked
that
for
is.
guidance on that and have not received it. I mean, I don't want to misrepresent it by not showing it, but it's also, it would be a separate building permit and a separate process.
So we shouldn't consider it in whatever C of A we look at for the next one? Just knowing that it can be there, unless it's part of the project. I mean, I'm
I mean, it
asking,
would be, it's
right?
going to ultimately be a separate site plan review and separate
Would
building
it be under the
permit.
new code?
No, we've already done that.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, that's good.
Well, as long as
It actually, the new code wouldn't really change that one very much, but
I think you guys need to figure out what that is, especially since it is the corner, and, you know, either have it or don't have it.
well,
like-
that's not our choice.
But
Like, if we had an option to not show that building there, we would not show that building there.
well, I guess, but I mean, we're gonna have to approve something.
Everybody understands.
So is it,
I'm not really, I'm kind of confused.
Yeah,
Why
is
do
that
you
your-
need this
We can
tiny building
clarify,
there?
yeah.
Okay,
land?
we have to create that site to be able to build a 4-story building on the main site because it's adjacent to R1
Right.
across the street, right? So that site then creates the apartment building feasible site that this building is on. In order to create a legal property, you have to show that you can build on that property. You can't create a remnant lot.
And in order to sign off on the site plan as they're
Following,
showing
I'm
it.
not a codec, or
Yeah, no.
But is it your client's land? Is like, does your, okay.
Yeah.
And you're not sure if they want to build on it? I'm just trying to understand.
I know that if they had a choice, they would not build on it. But in order to satisfy zoning requirements to get site plans approved, we have to show that that is a buildable lot.
It's possible.
That
But
it's possible.
is the intention to build something, like they could not build something there, right?
The question I'm going to have to,
We have
sorry,
been, we have been asking for the answer to that question also.
the question I have to resolve is, does it, if a site plan approval in a district is a COA necessary, even if it's a throwaway, but for where I've been and looking at how this building fits, I have zero problem with it. So if it were, you know, part of the COA eventually, that's fine with me, and if they don't build it, they don't build it. But I think it's safe for us to assume that the design represents something would go there. You all would approve the design of it, then I could say there's a COA for it on the site plan, and if they don't build it, they don't build it. But
I guess actually
What a loss.
that explanation maybe answers at least one part of this question, which is that that building is included on the site plan for the whole project, which means that
Right.
you would need to approve the design of that building.
So you need to
COA.
design the
yes,
building.
I need to
Right.
design the building.
Because otherwise,
Yeah.
it potentially would be, we'd be reviewing it as an addition
Right, right.
to new
So
construction.
We'll just knock that out all at once.
It's, yeah, it seems important.
Yeah.
I think, I mean, in general, I think you've got a lot of work to do to get to a COA submission. You certainly are welcome to submit a COA. I don't know if we'd necessarily be able to approve it the first go-round.
Sure.
But again, that's also coming from, like you said, 3 years ago.
Yeah.
You know, I do think there's some details we're going to want to see, especially where if you're going to have these step backs and things like that, how that all reacts. Before I jump too far off, did anybody have any more comments on site?
I have a question for Jeff. If can he come back for another pre-application with us?
I'm sorry, I'm laughing.
I'm laughing because the irony of the conservation districts are supposed to be this light.
That's right. But this is a pretty big, I mean, it's going to be arguably the
I know.
Biggest
second
thing that's
longest
built.
building in the city.
I think
The largest project that'll be built probably for many decades
Yeah.
in this conservation district.
this is a Gordian knot that I've had to deal with for some time. It's I have colleagues who say you should only take it to the BAR when you have a complete application. All right, well, I mean, although I also do agree that we just can't have, years of preliminary discussions. So sort of to bring it to a close. So the question is, when I would prefer that the next time you all see this, that it is a formal application for a COA, and that you could take action or defer it. But now, if it's a year from now and Dan comes back, yeah, maybe we'll reintroduce it again. But
I guess my
Are you coming back
Let me-
within 3 years?
I hope so. That's my
I
plan.
guess again,
I also don't get to make that decision.
I guess, let me retract that I said I don't know if we'd be able to approve it. That was improper of me.
Yeah.
I think the fact that, there's a lot of work to do to get to an approvable COA is a fair statement.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm aware.
But I'm all for, if Dan's got a question, in fact, he's even already invited me, and I was out last week, so that's where we overlapped. But you all know this, I try to work with the applicants as much as I can. I'm going to talk a little bit later on this evening about, if an applicant has a question, how can we make ourselves most available to them? But, I don't want, it's where I get to sort of be the gatekeeper and say, well, the BAR is not going to design this for you. And so there's no hard and fast rule on it, but
Carl, you had mentioned you had like a good list of comments and especially maybe if you can focus in on specific things you'd like to see and bring back to us.
Yeah, I guess I can. Since we are moving on from site, I guess.
Unless you got something on site, you're welcome.
No, I think we covered that. Just trying to make sure I don't repeat. I'm just gonna say for the two-story building, if it ends up being there, it's squashed. I think it needs to read as a commercial space. It needs to mark that corner and not look like a tiny little afterthought. And I know it's really schematic at this point, but I mean, it's, there's going to be mechanical equipment that's going to need to be screened. It's going to end up, if it is there, I think it's going to end up being taller than what you're showing, and probably needs to be taller. And I don't understand why it's separated from the sidewalk. There might be a grade thing going on there, but it seems very weird to me that it's.
Well, there's units on the building front of the main building that we're trying to not, put them in a 10-foot deep canyon.
But so why
with
is
the
it?
building.
But why is it so far from Lexington? There's like a sidewalk and then a wall and then another sidewalk and then the building.
Right, because so we're basically creating like a light well for the window side of the building, the commercial building, and then grades coming down.
So you're sinking. That's right. You're sinking it in. Well, I don't know what the rest of the group thinks, but it seems if it's going to be a commercial building, to me it needs to, read more than one story at the corner, at the East High Street side. And then along the East High elevation, it looks like you have residential units that are just opening right onto the street, similar to you have on Lexington. And that doesn't feel very appropriate to me for the commercial corridor. It's hard to tell what you have going on that floor, but it looks like you're just repeating the same architecture from up above down to the ground floor. And I don't know if that's, to me, it seems like you want to have some sort of commercial presence there, including a architectural representation of that commercial presence, which I think requires a bigger scale than you're showing. And again, if you guys disagree, go ahead. Just it's things that are catching me. Yeah, no, I think it's just all, help us understand I come back with a site plan that is actually matches or is what you're going to turn the new site plan, the existing, your planning site plan that, NDS is looking at. Give us the same amount of detail for what we're going to review. And figure out those details with, the site walls and all that. And again, just, as much 3D as you can give us, I think is very useful. Sorry. Yeah, I'll stop.
I have a question about why you're just not aligning to the street on High Street. Cut out there.
Right, so, a lot of that comes back to just the way apartment buildings lay out and corridors. So the corridor, you end up with two sides of apartments above the parking deck. And so you have a corridor that's, running north-south in this plan view, sort of right through the middle of that volume. And then there's a spur that comes off to create the piece that comes out. And so that diagonal space, if you were to create that, is just not very useful floor area for apartment layouts in a building like this.
I think Carl
I
said
think the ground floor could certainly, address the street that way. And we actually had a previous design, it may have actually been in the 3 year ago presentation where we did have a commercial space that was parallel to the street on the
even
ground
a
floor.
two-story that ran, like a wafer that ran parallel to it, which still allows you plenty of units up above, but that would sort of alleviate the kind of strange little cutout that's happening there. That feels like it might turn into a dead space, and I think Carl's points is right on, and that it doesn't, as a residential area, that doesn't feel appropriate for that corridor. But a combination could really work. Even keeping that cutout above as an upper garden, really quite nice. And maybe you wouldn't have to put your little sliver of a commercial up on the top point.
I'm trying to imagine what kind of commercial space would exist there. Would there be a restaurant? No. Parking? No.
It could be office space, it could be
Okay, so when you...
Corner store.
So the really tricky, annoying thing with this is that we're supposed to look at historic context, but we also are faced with what the comp plan has done to this corridor, which is across the street is NX8, so 8 stories. And then across Lexington is NX10, so 10 stories. So where those houses are that were part of the William Taylor Plaza, no, not William Taylor, whatever, what was it called? The Tarleton Oak project. Those are all zoned for 10 stories. And then everything down High Street between here and downtown is 8 to 10 stories. So that may not ever happen, but this corridor is primed to become something very different in the near future. And it's very, to me, very hard and tricky to look at this and try and review it based on the historical context and ignore the future. So I'm struggling with that. And I know that I'm going to have to suck it up and just deal with it, but it's, yeah.
But while there are houses across the street, they're all commercial spaces.
They are all commercial at the moment, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they're built as houses, but they're commercial.
Yeah.
And then we've got the new, is that Urgent Care is across the street?
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
So that kind of answers the question for me.
So maybe it could be lawyers' offices?
All right, any other comments or thoughts?
I would just say, I think it would be nice to have some larger scale sections and more of them, because I think that would help us understand, from the street to the landscape to the building, how this is really interacting with both High Street and Lexington.
Dan, do you have any other, again, like I started out, do you got any other specific questions that we didn't answer, or?
Is your main delay is it the site plan? Is that the reason why we haven't seen you in 2 years?
Yeah.
3 years.
3 years?
Yeah, site plan and developer priorities and things out of my control.
That's okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your
Thank you.
time.
Yeah.
Does anyone want a break? It's just after 7. Take a 5-minute break, bio break?
Sure.
Chair, I'm going to recuse myself for the next project
Okay, yes,
coming up.
sounds good. So we'll come back in 5 to 7 minutes. I'll see.
Sorry, Kevin, we'll get to you.
Sorry, Kevin.
Sorry.
All right.
Is the best way to do that.
Oh, yeah.
Call us back into session.
We are shared, so.
For the record, Mr. Timmerman has recused himself from discussion on this application because I believe he has a child that attends this school. And so this is a pre-application conference for 301 East High Street.
And I'm going to be real quick. I felt bad even telling Kevin that I had to bring this as a pre-app discussion, but that's what our ordinance requires. And I didn't want to skip steps that we might need to follow later on other things. So this is a building constructed in 1958 for an insurance company. It is been acquired by the village school, who will be sort of developing their whole campus there, because keeping the old building and doing alterations to this one, and primarily for where you all stand is the addition out the rear, and then there's some associated site work related to it. This is in the North Downtown ADC district. I said this is a pre-application conference. I think that generally this is being reviewed as an addition, and it checks all the boxes as far as I could tell. I think the focus I would have for you all tonight is what, if you do have any questions or comments, there's a lot going on, a lot of glass. Are there any detailed questions that you all have, something that you would want to see represented in the application? But like I said, I was pretty close to bringing this to you all as a formal COA, but we are here tonight. It is what it is. This is pre-app discussion. So sorry you had to stay late, but have at it, and the stage is yours.
Thank you, Jeff. My name is Kevin Schaefer, and I am local architect with Design Develop. Before we get into the specifics of the building and the initial discussion, I wanted to bring up Eliza O'Connell. She's the head of the village school, to tell you just a little bit about the organization.
Good evening, everyone. So Village School has been on East High Street now for 32 years. We occupy 215 East High Street and 409 3rd Street, so the opposite of 3rd Street from where this building is located. The school was originally located in downtown so that the girls could take part in being in a larger community than just the school community. And as such, we do not have a big campus. We do not have a sprawling campus. We use the city for everything. We use McGuffey Park. The girls have PE at Lane Field. We use the library, the Ting Pavilion when it's pouring rain. And that's all by design, because I think it's really a great experience for the girls to learn to be members of a bigger community. The school has not grown in size and will not grow in size. We have 80 students. We're always fully enrolled, sometimes one or two over. We don't intend to increase the enrollment of the school, but we desperately need a little more space. So we, in our current buildings, lack a space large enough for the school to gather comfortably. We held our parent meeting last night, and it's tough. We can't get everybody in the space. So this project allows us a couple of things. One, it is that addition that we're talking about allows us to create a larger space where the community can gather. And probably more importantly, the sport court is something that will just really be transformational for the school. Again, we love to use the parks. We have had, the city and the county have been generous sharing fields, but it would be amazing to have this space where the girls could be outside. That's not just for sports, but for eating and for playing, and these are middle school girls. And when the owners of this building approached us about buying it, I think they said to us, we feel like Village School should be the next owner of this building. We agreed, but we had to do a little homework and thought maybe we should look, schools are building campuses everywhere. Maybe Village School should move out of the city. And we thought long and hard about that, but again, I think part of the mission of the school is related to being downtown. And I do think that 80 girls laughing and running around and creating chaos every now and then downtown brings a lot of families downtown that wouldn't otherwise come. And we're very proud to be downtown, and we think of ourselves as good community members. So this project for us will really, really be transformational. I think that's a word that gets used too much, but the joy on the girls' faces when I unlocked that door the first day and the tenants were gone, it was like they just couldn't imagine how amazing it would be. So we'd love to design a project that fits in the neighborhood. Slightly better than our other neighbor on East Hyde that I just heard from. But hopefully this isn't controversial, but of course we're open to any feedback, and we would just love to have a safe and secure place, I think is the other thing for the girls. So thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Eliza. Appreciate that introduction. As mentioned, this site is located on the corner of 3rd Street and High Street. It's at an interesting sort of intersection between when the buildings start to become quite institutional as you head further east, and as you're coming into town from sort of Preston, McIntyre side. It's a beautiful line, 2-story historic homes. And this site at 301 is sort of the last of those in a row of historic, beautiful houses that all have this very human scale to them, residential scale. And because of this approach as you come towards the campus, and because of the adjacent context on 3rd Street and 2nd Street and Altamont, it seemed really important to keep that front house as it was. And allow that sort of charming front entry that it has to remain, and focus our attention on the rear. And as Jeff mentioned, this house was built, or this office building was built in 1958, and was the first project to go through BAR, according to the news clip at least. So that's kind of exciting and interesting. But even in 1958, the board was recognizing that the scale contributes to the, or this project contributes to the visual appeal and scale of the district. And I think that's a wise lesson to learn. And on the rear, as you can see in these pictures, there's sort of the odd dormer. Well, maybe it's not odd. It does seem a little out of place on a 1958 recreation of a historic Georgian mansion. And so that was our cue to sort of pull from the backside as well, or at least reinforce that idea. We knew we needed to be deferential to the main structure, to the historic facade in the front, and so a pedestrian perspective here from 3rd Street shows it's tucked around the corner. It's certainly less height than the main gable form. It differentiates itself by changing material, obviously changing glazing proportions, but still sort of being in keeping with the rhythm of the glazing as you come down the street. And ultimately just being deferential to this main structure while differentiating itself. As you come towards the Village School campus and in a place where the girls gather, there's an interior courtyard that we're sort of standing with our backs to. This would be the view that you would see. And at this point, the goal is to get transparency, a bright, inviting, natural materials, something with warmth, something with a place where people want to learn and tell us a little bit about how it stands up. We're suggesting 4-foot glulam rafters that are exposed here at 4 feet on center, and that sort of becomes this very rich and tactile canopy, as well as the outdoor courtyard and an outdoor classroom, which is a set of stairs that sort of spills out like an amphitheater. The majority of the project is actually, or the majority of the site currently, 2/3 of the site is used for surface parking. It's remarkable how much of our downtown we devote to surface parking, and so we think this is a much better use. The building addition on this survey would take about the first 2 parking spaces, and then the rest would be devoted to an outdoor play area, including a sports court, that outdoor classroom, like I mentioned, and some areas for planting, screening trees, and a small garden. So ultimately, a large portion of this project becomes the courtyard, the sports court, and this rear lot that becomes an asset for the school as a place to gather that's very close by, outdoor space. You can see, let's see if I have a cursor. This is the interior courtyard space that they have now, and as you can see, it's compressed. It's much less of an open area, more just sort of an outdoor room. And so this would be the expansion of that as functional play area, and then the outdoor classroom space and an amphitheater in here. Here you can see we're screening the mechanical roof top units with a aluminum clad screen, and here's a few other views. There's 3 southern magnolias that are proposed along the rear of the lot to help screen from the adjacent house. And then the sports court is the prominent feature. I don't know if we had touched on what the sports court would be. The suggestion that's in the site plan currently is the sports court is a Versa court tile, and that would go over a slab. They're a little bit softer than just a large swath of asphalt. It promotes drainage, easy to maintain, longevity, just a little bit of a softer feeling than either a concrete slab or an asphalt paving. And so that ultimately leads to this, which is our site plan that's currently has been submitted as a final site plan submission. And on this, I wanted to talk about a couple things that we'd like your feedback on or hopefully support on. In an effort to make this feel like a campus as much as possible, even though there's a 3rd Street through it, and in an effort to be as safe as possible, we are proposing a crosswalk here. This would be a new crosswalk at the existing building that would head over towards the main entry to the rear courtyard. There's also additional signage, certain no parking signage being proposed, and school zone signage being proposed. But one of the things we had discussed in our city pre-app meeting was the idea of some street art. Not sure the BAR's purview on street art. I know we have a street art commission now, but if we could get your support, that would probably go long ways in garnering our street art commission support as well. And we think it would be a lovely way to sort of help reinforce the bridge between these 2 buildings while also promoting traffic safety, and also bring life to the street. We have the precedent image of the Charlottesville Day School, which I think is a nice addition to that street there. Maybe we should do more street painting. Focusing back on the building, we needed a second means of egress from the existing office building to use it as an educational use. And so that prompted at least an addition as wide as the stairs, and the stairs are on this corner that you can see in this image here. And then we also know programmatically Village School needed a larger open space and additional classrooms. And so that provided this opportunity for a relatively modest in scale rear addition that was filled with ample glazing and sort of this rhythm behind it that that broke us down into a pretty rational grid, but did it in a way of breaking up the facade with a change of materials. I know the interior is not the purview of the BAR, but I did just want to say, like, this, at least show this is what the end goal is for that sort of large gathering space for parents' nights and graduations or larger events that could happen in this space. And so, the goal is a lot of light, a lot of visual connection to the outdoor play area, that sort of transparency and visual connectivity to the other school building, and making this feel like a cohesive campus was important. This is on our north facade, so I'm not sure if the sunlight streaming in on the interior renderings is quite correct, but I think it helps give you a sense of the space that we're trying to achieve and how that's reflected on the outside. Upstairs, and I didn't put in a rendering on this, but there's 2 classrooms that they both have large bays of windows as well. One of the things that we'd like your guidance or input on that we're coming up against is the zoning requirement of a 6-foot maximum fence and the height of a fence. And that's challenging because the sidewalk falls away and our play area wants to stay level and sort of up on a plinth. And so by the time we get to the rear of the lot, our fence actually doesn't even serve as a guardrail height anymore. We're falling below 42 inches. And I think we have a pretty handsome concept for the fence, this sort of laser cut, powder coated aluminum panel that could be representative of sort of the village school's branding with the flower element on top of a masonry wall, brick masonry that matches some of the existing site walls already in place. And I don't know what the question is that I'm asking here, or what the request is, other than if anybody has any creative ideas
Do
around.
you want a taller?
I would like
fence?
a taller fence.
Okay. I have thoughts on that.
Yes, okay, great. That's why we asked. And I'm going to flip, sorry, real quick to just back here. The taller the fence, the less balls that go over. But here, this is a good representation of right here. As the sidewalk is falling, so is our fence, and that's going to be. So we're looking for sort of creative solutions to making that feel right, both from the street, but also from like a safety perspective.
How high is the play area relative to the sidewalk at that point?
2.5 feet higher.
Okay.
30
Okay, so
inches
it's not
higher.
much.
30 inches, moving towards 3 feet.
And is the fence also for security?
Yes.
How do you reconcile where the grade, at the end of the property, where the grade, is there just another wall against the residential?
There's an existing retaining wall on there as the, so the parking lot is relatively flat, and there's a retaining wall against the residential side, and the sidewalk starts to peel down 3rd Street at that point, and the parking lot peels up. And so we're limited at the sidewalk height of a 6-foot height, which is proving to be challenging.
So that's not really our purview though, right? I mean, we can't
No.
help you there. I mean, I agree with you, it should be. But what's your recourse? Do we know? Is that a zoning variance?
SUP?
You got like, let's finish the presentation. You got like 4 more slides, right? So then we can circle back and get into it.
I don't have too much to add. I would welcome any comments and feedback on our landscape.
Just a question, sorry, if I missed where the proposed sidewalk would be, I don't see it on the plans. I must have missed a sheet or something while I was looking through.
Let me show you here. So there's an existing sidewalk on 3rd
I'm sorry, the
Street.
crosswalk across 3rd.
Oh,
I apologize.
It's right here. So this site plan was submitted,
Okay.
I think after our presentation. So this will go to staff at some point as a final site plan submission. But there's a second crosswalk that's a mid-block crosswalk being proposed.
So we go through that little gate in the back there.
Close to it.
Right,
It's
okay.
a little bit proud so that we could get ADA access. We have some proposed site lighting that I'm certainly open to feedback on as well, and would love any comments. But that's part of our final site plan submission as well. And then just if there were comments on the materials, I'm happy to discuss those as well. But we do have some things in mind currently. So I think that was my presentation. The goal for tonight for us would just be to identify any questions, any areas you'd like to see either revised, refined, explained in more detail for our next submission as we move towards applying for a COA.
And answering any questions you've got for us. I don't know if we want, let's just jump on to the wall, I guess. I don't know, I have a few thoughts. I think you hinted at one of the concerns that came to my mind was actually like basketballs and soccer balls going over the wall and into the street. And, you know, kids don't chase after the ball, right? Obviously, I think by having a wall or fence there, that's going to limit somebody just immediately sprinting out after something, but it could certainly distract a driver coming down the street and cause an accident or something. So I think that's a safety factor that would argue to allow for something taller there, if that's helpful. I like the screen and the motif. I think it's handsome. I also wonder if not just doing a crosswalk, but maybe considering like a speed hump to slow some traffic down, because you're trying to connect these two campuses across this, an urban street. And so if you're going to have students crossing it, I think trying to add more safety is a great thing. So I would support trying to figure out how a taller wall. I guess to some degree, but by saying that though, are you proposing like full 10-foot high basketball goals?
To some degree, we're not going to be able to out-fence ourselves.
Because that's really tall. And I don't think that would be appropriate. So, but it does beg the question, if it's a middle school, is it just a middle school? Okay, would an 8-foot basket suffice? I don't know. It's really programmatically up to you guys, but that might bring the goal down and, trying to meet in the middle to catch balls. The only other thing I could suggest would be to turn the court 90 degrees. But then I don't know if that works with the rectangle. But I don't know if there's like a variance from a code standpoint on the thing that we would show support.
I was going to say, having spent more than half my life at schools coaching on shared practice fields, well, this is an offense question, it's a net question. And I think I would suggest the fence be your aesthetic feature, and then posts with
netting that could maybe perhaps be on pulleys that gets raised up during recess or whatever and lowered back down.
Yeah, I mean, at the high school, they're putting stuff over a 12-foot fence at the practice field. So
right.
I think separate the idea and think about it some sort of netting feature.
That's not a bad suggestion, and I think, again, if it can be where it's lowered when not in use, obviously that's going to take some kind of enforcement on the staff, but that would help keep the historic district nice. But in general, I think this is a nice addition to the historic building. It's clearly modern and different than the historic building, so it differentiates itself from that. I think it's handsome. I was trying to, like, on Google Map, go down the street and look back. The rooftop screen's a little awkward to me, it's kind of just plunked up there. Are those integrated into the attic of the historic building? Is there like ductwork or anything that goes through, or is this just a condenser up there? I was gonna actually recommend, if you look at what's now O'Neill Hall at UVA, what was the rugby faculty apartments, we did sort of dormers there with louvered vents that sort of tied into the roof, because you can see it all the way from like Lambeth Field Apartments across there. So you might take a peek at that. I don't know if that makes sense for this project, but again, I also don't know if you can really get far enough back to see this from street level, right? So maybe that just your bird's eye view makes it look a little funny.
I believe we're required now to screen.
You do have to screen it.
If it's visible or not. And I was trying to think about where this would be visible because we are up on High Street.
The screen is going to make it far less obtrusive than if it were like little individual.
Oh, I agree. I was just, if it did need to tie into the building, you could kind of just tie the roof over it and maybe hide it better that way. Also, the pitch of the addition roof seems very flat, so I didn't know what is that pitch?
It is, well, it's flat at the eave there, and then it pitches back at a 1/4 inch per foot into a hip, and then we actually have crickets that catch in the gutters on the side.
And what's the material of the roof?
It would be either an EPDM or a TPO roof.
Not white TPO.
Not white TPO?
I don't like white TPO.
No one's gonna see it.
Okay.
We would have black, for
Hey,
the
there's a lot of
record, we would
drones
have
these days.
black metal sort
And
of
High
flashing.
Street could be 10 stories, so don't say never.
Yeah.
No one ever.
Well, that's what they get for building 10 stories. They have to look down on the white roof.
We like,
White roofs get dirty, you know.
it's true, we like white just because it doesn't collect heat.
Saves energy.
Yeah.
With regard to the screening, just as someone who lives in the neighborhood walking up Third Street, you would never see I would think you would never see any of the stuff walking up that street, any of the utilities or whatever.
I mean, is that I missed it, I'm sorry, that's mechanical up there? So they're gonna be code of development requiring some level of screening, so.
That's what I wanted, that's why we showed that view, just to let you know that we were planning on doing it. I don't think it's ever visible.
Okay.
Is the, on the existing building, is it slate? And is that going to remain?
Slate roof.
I don't know.
I would assume so.
I think it is.
Yeah.
I'm walked by
Yes, the
often.
front slate would remain, and the rear slate would remain above the addition.
Okay.
Some repairs to this, it looks like in bad shape on the north side.
So there should be lots of extra pieces now.
Right.
Yeah, and we can certainly salvage slate and during that demolition and repair.
I could see that the addition becomes the primary entrance, but is the front door still like operable and?
I think the front door becomes, and I've had this conversation recently, the front door remains sort of the guest entrance and where parents might come, and that's where our admin offices are, and Eliza's office is in that front corner. And then the rear of the building would be for girls, and that's where the larger area is, and the classrooms and access to those classrooms upstairs.
Okay, great. Great.
Are you not proposing anything for the front? No new signage or anything on the front?
That's a good question. Probably some signage.
Yeah, I think they took the children's sign that was there. So I think if we put anything there, it would be similar to what was there. There was a thought about moving the sunflower sign that's in front of 409. But I think we envisioned something like very similar to what was already there, the children's sign.
The sign that was there on that building prior, that was like
Yeah,
a,
it was just on a pole and
right,
it
it was a hanging
was a
sign.
hanging sign.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
So,
so
but-
if anything, it would be similar to that, or maybe just a low, basic sign.
But Jeff, we don't review the signage, right? Would that go through the sign?
This is,
Regulation.
it would be reviewed as a separate sign permit, and I think down here would be like a hanging sign, somewhat like you see on Park Street. I don't know, but it
So
would be a separate review.
Y'all would
Yeah.
work with
Yeah.
staff on the sign. That wouldn't necessarily come to us.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify if you were proposing anything on the front of the building.
Sorry.
I was curious about trees and sun. It is north facing, but you will have a lot of, I think that amphitheater, that seating, which looks great and fun, and I would definitely, I live across from the Covenant School, and they use that a lot in that same way, but they have trees there, and I just wondered if you thought about putting any trees along that large expanse of concrete to just sort of break up the expanse of concrete, but also provide a little bit of shade for the girls when they're eating their lunch and so forth.
Certainly could, balancing like between limiting flexibility and functionality of a play space with programming with trees, but certainly understood the suggestion with shade being appealing and
Yeah, I would
slowly
second that. I think that would really help a lot. This looks like, I love pretty much everything about this project, but I think a shade tree or two would be just so beneficial. And it looks like you've got some space without compromising the playfield at least.
Good
Yeah, it
suggestion.
seems like in that planting bed, you could probably do
Yeah,
some
the
smaller.
sun's gonna be to the
You
west,
have crepe myrtles out front. You could do some other smaller canopy trees that would just provide a little bit of shade there and break that up a little bit. You said something about the crosswalk not being aligned with the opening for ADA. Can you clarify?
Sure, let me see if I can get to that site plan. And I apologize, it's so small on the screen, but there is a gate that comes out at this location, if you can see my cursor here. And that gate, we then needed to, we couldn't have that ramp happen right there because of the change in elevation and the curb cut. And so you had to sort of turn, come down, and then hit your curb cut to go over.
But it doesn't look aligned with the opening into that other, is there a reason why it's not aligned with the opening into
Over
the-
here,
Right.
there is a door, so we're pinched between a gate and a door. That triangle right there on the existing building is a door that comes directly out of the village school, the current building. And sort of, you step down onto the sidewalk there. And that was making that step down, I think, 12 inches.
I guess I was just thinking if there's a way, just like if you have a whole classroom of girls going across the street and you get to that one sidewalk and maybe somebody's coming, just be nice to tuck in right away into the yard rather than sort of have to jog and accommodate
here.
pedestrians walking and so forth. So just was thinking about that alignment a little bit more.
Well, certainly, yeah. Ideally, it would come right across from that entryway, and so we'll see how we can push that. As site plan comments on traffic come into play as well.
Right.
It looks to me like you have, this is south-facing, the thing. It would be perfect for solar. Have you thought about that?
Haven't thought too much about solar, but
Yeah,
it
it's
is an
not
option. This existing roof would actually shade us. for a
Yeah, it's
significant amount.
north-facing.
It is north-facing,
And the
yeah, so
front-
the addition is
The
facing
front has
north.
gables.
I got you.
I have some comments, unless,
Well, another quick question. The wood that you have that's matching the glue lamps, is that intended to gray out naturally? Is it going to be sealed? Or is it some sort of manufactured product?
It would be sealed, and
So the goal is to keep the kind of warm wood tone? Okay. And it looks like you've got like metal trims on there. Is that intentional, or is that
around the windows?
like on the corner, and it looked like there was a vertical joint? I could just be staring too hard at the renderings. It's not important. It's not meant to be a leading question. I was just curious, like what we're getting.
No, that's a good question. I think we will have to resolve if there are desired for the metal trims to go through. I don't know exactly how that would work.
Okay. And the, it looks like the concrete and the ephes are all the same color. Is the intention to kind of take that coating and put it on the concrete, or are they going to be differentiated, or is there?
The goal would be for the stairs and the plinth and the eaves to read as the same material, acknowledging that that does come with the challenges of keeping that concrete, and then what's probably parging at sort of the masonry plinth foundation at the bottom, and then transitioning to eaves above may become a challenge. So good question, and probably a little bit of research to be done there on how that can be possible. But the intent would be that it reads sort of this uniform.
Okay. And then you show fiber cement as one of the materials. Where is that going?
At one point, we had fiber cement trim board, potentially up in our soffit.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
And I was trying to find that view to see. We had debated back and forth between does Doug fir go on the underside of the soffit, and it started to get quite woody. It's a little bit too much. So if we could make that horizontal line read with a dark fiber cement.
Oh, I see. Okay. And the lighting you show, you guys are not intending to have any like high intensity wall packs or anything to light the basketball court at night?
No.
Okay.
It was really just some pretty low profile stair lighting.
Okay. Those are my questions.
Is the building facade light that you got on your lighting sheet the one that we see right there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, those looks, it's hard to understand exactly what we're looking at on the lighting sheet. Like it's this funny looking, I don't know how to describe it. It looks weird, weird to me. The top image there, is that just like a straight on view?
That's a straight on view.
Okay.
Of the sort of the backlit
Gotcha.
egress lighting sconce.
Okay. And then different question, are there downspouts or how's the roof drain?
Yeah.
Right here.
Black line.
Okay.
Said it's coming down there.
Okay, there's that black vertical.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That would
I didn't
happen
see the
on
bottom.
either side.
Gotcha.
Look at that, AI's telling us what we're looking at.
Yeah, I know.
That was very nice. Go home.
Partly cloudy sky.
It's a heavy two-story.
Kate, go ahead.
Yeah. Just speaking of downspouts on the other side, the other view, you have, I guess that's EFS vertical behind the downspout. Is that right?
That's the corner, the page 17, we're here.
Yeah.
That's sort of, that was a question I had also, is like, are these flush or not the detail corner?
Yeah.
We should.
Looks different on each side.
So what we have is at that point the brick is we're coming directly sort of out of the brick facade and then finishing with eaves, and yes, it's running down that eaves.
Okay.
And sorry, I'm sorry. The
No,
goal would
please.
be to that the CMU foundation that's parged aligns with the water table brick that's on there, and so it's sort of the natural continuation of that. And you see that sort of becomes somewhat important here at that view.
Interesting. Okay, I think the water table continuation looks good. I feel like there's a sort of celebration of the downspouts happening. They're like very prominent on the elevations. And like, oh, is this a Glen Murcutt, like what's happening with
They're gonna
those?
trip over them.
But it's also like not centered in the EFS, and I'm just like, I want to kind of like shift it around a little bit. And then looking at the way the windows are set into the wood, in the horizontal wood, I wonder what that dimension is from the window to the corner of the building, and like, is that a 4-inch piece of wood, or I wonder about the durability of that, I guess.
Sure.
I love the size of the windows and I love the wood. Just wondering, like, how does that really resolve?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think we're looking at it. Typically, when we do this, like we like to call it the faux corner window detail, or we put a 6x6 post in that corner right there, and then you can finish with drywall on the inside, and then that gives you 7 inches or so bite on the exterior. But it's a good point. I mean, 7 inches of the wood.
Yeah.
Does that read better as maybe the hardy panel, and we sort of accentuate it as a corner window?
I think that could work too. I think that would be nice. I also just wanted to clarify, and I think I already know the answer to this, but I was just looking in Google Earth, and there's some really nice dental detailing on the existing wood or the existing roof. Just I'm assuming you're keeping all that.
All that stays.
Yeah,
right.
yeah. AstroTurf. Question about that. Is that like is that a functional?
It's a maintenance functional consideration. It's a high traffic area, and just gets muddy. And
Sure.
then all of a sudden, like mud tracks everywhere. And in an ideal scenario, it's a lovely pristine lawn. It's nice and
Well, I guess my thought is that it's very small. It doesn't, I like, if you're worried about like girls skinning their knees on like paving, that's one thing. But if, maybe could just be beautiful paving instead of AstroTurf, like stone, or, you know, something, maybe it's not the concrete of the stairs, but maybe there is a swath of considered paving there instead of AstroTurf. I just wonder, I mean, it seems very narrow and maybe prone to
You all
questions like that.
sort of set a precedent for it. It's been a lively debate about AstroTurf over the years, and primarily associated with the fraternities. And I think the tipping point was kind of like that. Some people were like, that front yard's been mud since I went to UVA, and at least this is a solution. So there was some unique circumstances, and then there was another where it was a very small installation. And I would say this sort of fits a little bit of both of those. This is not someone saying, I want to replace my front yard, and it might.
It's a new build.
Yeah, 6 one, half does the other. But yeah, it's if it's a place that you want to keep grass, but it's getting a lot of activity.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think
Crabgrass.
grass belongs there. I really don't. I mean, I think I want to like AstroTurf. Maybe I'd like it if it was like pink or something, you know, not trying to be something it's not.
You get it in
There's
the color, yeah.
The intention of that strip was to just sort of provide this threshold between what is like an amphitheater style classroom gathering and then like, oh, now you're in the play area, right? Like now I'm making that transition and that's my threshold. Admittedly, it's pretty, it's small, but it seemed important to have some sort of distinction. Could be paver.
I totally agree with you. I think visually it works. I think it's really it looks interesting. And I just wonder if maybe there's like another solution that you haven't thought about, like etched concrete or something, or, you know, paint. Doesn't need to be AstroTurf, really.
Big
Are you-
hopscotch field. Hopscotch.
Sports
Something
square.
playful,
Yeah,
maybe.
yeah.
I guess when you say AstroTurf, are you opposed to all artificial grass, or are you thinking about the really like true AstroTurf that's almost carpet?
I mean, well,
Because we
I
did
guess
at the president's house at UVA, we installed an event lawn with some really pretty realistic fake grass. I'll say,
sure.
artificial grass.
When it needs to be grass and it really needs to be durable, I mean, okay, right. But if it doesn't need to be grass, like, I don't think that needs to be grass. And it's just like the environmental impact, it's hot, you know, there's all those things. It's plastic. Like, this is my opinion here on my soapbox.
I think it's fair.
Sure.
Well,
I mean, to clarify.
Sure, yeah.
It's a valid BAR question, and because and I say that just so that we've considered it, but we approach it carefully, and that, because like you said, you don't want someone to say, I just don't want to cut my grass anymore, and I'm going to put, or like my backyard where my dogs just jug a giant hole in it. I'd love to AstroTurf it, but it's not off the table for you all to discuss. So I think you if someone proposed AstroTurf, I would be bringing it to you if that were just the sole thing they were asking for.
I will say, I think we made a mistake with the Beta House.
Yeah, I agree.
It did not, they
doesn't hold
promised
up
it would
well.
last, and it died like
Good
almost,
stuff.
or not died, but it got destroyed really quick. But I think the middle schoolers would probably treat this better, but I do agree with you that it doesn't seem like it needs to be fake grass, or doesn't need to be grass, so why not do something
We were
else?
told the fraternity house quality was, I think, going to be higher than it actually turned out to be. It was pretty spent pretty quickly.
mean, it doesn't last forever.
That's right.
Well, it didn't last a minute.
You could use there are a lot of other materials to explore. You might look at a flexi-pave or cork is being used in playgrounds and proposing it on a project. That's another option. If you're just looking for something that's a natural material, wouldn't have the off-gassing and the worry about plastics and in a school play yard. So I think you might explore some other options. I hadn't even noticed that, so.
I think it's great feedback.
I just saw it had the fence issue again. Is it possible to do some sort of installation that would be like a piece of that same detailing that you have for the fence as a sort of panel behind the play area that's sort of taller, instead of just using like a net that would come up and down, but use something that could be in that same material palette, but it's not the fence, it's like inset, so it avoids the issue with the 6-foot.
Yeah, I'm not
Fence.
sure honestly how far off a fence you have to be to put another fence.
I pulled that up. I think it says when a wall or fence is located within 3 feet of the exterior face of retaining wall, and the retaining wall is 2 feet in height or greater, the height is measured from the top of the wall or fence to the midpoint of basically, it says 3 feet, but then it also earlier says anything within 20 feet of a sidewalk. So I think our zoning code still has a little bit of a goof in there, but maybe you could pull it back and make it, if you're allowed 6 feet in this zone. Maybe if you pulled it back 3 feet, you could go up 6, but I still think that doesn't solve your issue with most basketballs.
Basketball.
I mean, a net may be the better thing.
Retractable net would be favorable from the VAR.
I don't know if this would work in this situation, but like a hedge, like a hornbeam hedge, like you can make those pretty narrow. You might have to shrink your basketball court a little bit, but you can let those get pretty tall
It'll
and
just take a long time to grow.
yeah.
But yeah, that'd be beautiful.
I think
I'd love, I think that would be really lovely to have there, but it would
Can we get
take a while.
20-foot ones from day one? How big a planting bed does a hornbeam need in that location? Like 5 feet?
No, it can be narrow.
3?
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, if you clip it and, yeah, there used to be one in front of the Omni. I don't know if it's still there, but it's a tight, it's on the downtown mall side, kind of separating the walk from the mall to the courtyard at the Omni. It's pretty narrow, I'd say no more than 2 or 3 feet.
For what it's worth, I do love the decorative metal panels. I think that's a great idea.
Yeah. And is there a gate, kind of where the sidewalk steps in and then turns?
There is.
Okay.
I think we had it in I don't have it in this presentation, but I believe we had it in the book.
I think I see maybe a hint of it. And then
Yeah, I like that location where it is.
I do too, and I
That's-
didn't know if you had one also on the sidewalk on the other side of the
For security
house.
purpose, there'd be one here.
I was going to suggest that just to prevent,
You need a-
unauthorized after-hours
Yes.
use of the basketball court.
There's an existing gate here that would remain.
Okay.
And then there would be
Great.
a proposed gate here.
You're going to need a gate to go get the balls to get thrown into the parking lot. Speaking as a coach.
Oh, I guess, I hadn't noticed the other end of the court. Looks like it does go to an open lot that side.
It's the courthouse.
That parking lot back of the courthouse.
Yeah.
I don't want to get in the weeds with you.
Just got great.
I like that, the celebration of the downspouts, but the downspout coming down into the sidewalk, is that encroaching into I can just see somewhere down the road, someone's going to say you can't put the downspout in the
On our
city
sidewalk.
right of way.
The site plan shows it going under the sidewalk, like with one of those grates that discharges through the curb.
But is it encroaching into the,
Into the right of way.
The width of the
The width of the
sidewalk?
sidewalk.
I think we have something like 6 or 8 inches
Okay,
there.
good.
I think,
You
but
already have a pole there. I mean, there's already quite, from my recall walking up Third Street and there's a pole there. You're
Yes.
already dodging.
yeah.
As long as it's not in the same location probably
As
as
the
that
pole.
pole.
I'm just learning
pretty
it's the
narrow
little
right
things
there.
that.
On that,
Yeah, it's very narrow.
On that sidewalk, so that's sheet 139. And maybe just, Kate, to kind of talk to your, like the interface of that downspout and the ephes there. The other side of the building, you just have all the wood, and there's no ephes. So you don't kind of have that, like, 3 things going. I didn't know if you looked at that on this side, or if you just wanted to have, that, I see how it makes the corner pop.
It was like, let's break down that facade. I know I'm flipping around everywhere. It was a little, first the plinth felt a little disconnected, especially from, let me get to this. Without the other material, it felt a little standalone, in my opinion, and that facade felt just a little bit flat as just wood. And so the introduction of the eaves sort of helped tie it around the corner, and it's asymmetrical on the rear side anyway, so we're sort of like tilting that towards the entry and putting sort of hierarchy on this side, on the Third Street side. But that being said, that gutter can certainly move. We can put it in the center of the eaves if that feels better. I was sort of holding it against that joint with the brick, but that probably causes unknown consequences with the roof overhang or something like that. So if it helps to get it away.
Probably get a spot where leaves trap, maybe. No, it
Are we
sounds
still
like-
at questions?
This is a preliminary application. It's questions and comments.
Okay, okay, so, thank you. So on the west side, you are preserving, the sills are pretty prominent on all the windows, and I know the rendering isn't capturing all that, but you're preserving those. And you're actually changing out the attic window, which is now just a vent, but you're actually making that an active window? You're showing that?
No, we can clean that up. The building was, the existing building was probably not modeled to the level of
So
detail.
you wouldn't be activating that space at the peak? Okay. Just seems like with the back renovation, you might do so, but.
Or even,
And then, looks like, and again, this is just the rendering, you're resurfacing the front historic stairs a little bit, or doing some work on those, maybe?
Also just the rendering.
Okay.
Apologies for
And
the
I-
confusion.
and I
We would
wouldn't-
not be doing any work on the front.
Yeah,
As
so.
anticipated.
We haven't discussed the historic aspects of this, but, just, as we said, as it wraps around the back, the dentals would be important. It's nice that that's preserving just a little bit where those eaves come down. It's odd, but this picture from the newspaper with Bill Reinhardt, and we had this at a condition in another fraternity house, but those railings that actually jut out from the pillars, they look to be original. They sort of are curved. I mean, so I would say that's also an original feature that should be preserved. It's probably also, I mean, it's nice to have railings on both, but we had that at the fraternity, anyway. At another fraternity at UVA where it was like, did they really design these rails to dead end into a historic column? And sure enough, they were original like that, so. I had other comments, just to make sure that we preserve as much of the historical elements of the facade and west side as possible. I noticed that there were just vent holes in the, I guess, basement floor, and it looked like those had filled in, but it might be the rendering too. Okay, yeah, so. The rest of my comments are, I love the new design. It's beautiful. My office is 4 blocks down on East High Street, right on East High Street, and I live on 2nd Street, so I know this building, and this parking lot is the most unused parking lot for decades. And I'm sure, having run a business, a school right across the street, you've been aware of that. But I always like, wow, we're complaining about parking downtown. These people could have made a lot of money by renting this lot out. And it's just such an interesting building. I'm not saying it's historically whatever, and I'm not fascinated that it looks like Gunston Hall, but it's kept its charm, frankly, and it's different from other things downtown. It really is not the colonial. It's not, it's just a different sort of kind of adorable building. So my concern is probably out of our bailiwick, but the crosswalk. I know that I'm one of these people that comes off High, turns down Third. I see parents waiting in cars on one or the other side, and I'm trying to get through them to get down the street. And I just would, fear that crosswalk. So, and again, beyond my pay grade, but it's got to be more than marking the pavement. It has to be rumble strips or art, maybe from High Street until you get to that crosswalk. And similarly, when you come up East High Street, if you drive like me downtown, which a lot of people do, they drive worse, you kind of rev up that hill. I mean, even on Google Maps, I can't replicate the topo. It really does it rises up as you get to East High Street. All these streets do, from Hedge and whatever is lower down there. So, I can see myself in a hurry forgetting, and I get up there and I'm like on the crosswalk, and there are, young women there. So that's something it has to be resolved. But I mean, it seems like a logical place, and you have it far enough off of High Street that it could be very useful. But it just makes me, and I'm not a fast driver either. I'm just like most people trying to get away from East High. Just seems to always be congested, as you guys know. It's just, it's a main place where people go from Pantops, West High Street, cutting through, the downtown to get to the university, because our traffic's not well planned. So, High Street, as we all know, around 5 o'clock just gets to be so congested. Road rage on a little, little 2-lane street, but it happens. So anyway, I'd like to see street trees next to your fence on 3rd Street. I mean, in the afternoon, the sun will be, it's, west over, as soon as it comes across over your new 2nd-story addition, it's going to hit that back area. And the later it gets in the day, it'll be warm. So, I don't know if street trees or some other kind of shading is available, and that's part of the plan. Would love to see that if it doesn't interrupt the recreational space.
I don't know, that picture on the bottom left is a little troubling with the overhead lines, not only along the sidewalk, but diagonally across the parking lot.
Really? Wow. Oh, I see, yeah.
And the sidewalk itself is like 2.5 feet wide.
Yeah, and I think that's the only reason we focused on the gutters, is we've all walked down there, and it's like, incredibly one of the nearest sidewalks in the city. And on the fence, I actually couldn't support a 6-foot solid fence. I love your rendering that has a brick base, but maybe a transparent, and I don't know what that was, but what about like bronze or like literally a screen in that space?
I thought that's what they were proposing.
Okay, I sorry, I didn't know, or I thought somebody had mentioned a raised sort of screen or fence or net or something.
We're talking about a net.
Beyond that.
Here's what's proposed. There's actually like a metal screen in
Okay,
between some brick columns.
Oh, I didn't see that
What we were
decorated.
talking about was just inside this, behind the
I
basketball
was looking
goal.
at an older version,
Okay.
not
Yeah.
what you brought in this evening on a thumb drive, so sorry about that. Love it, good, awesome.
Yeah, what we were suggesting was maybe some sort of net that could be raised up on the inside of this during recess.
I just think it would
essentially.
stay up, I hate to say that, but.
Agreed, and that's why we would try and
So
somehow get it.
So with this sort of design, personally, I wouldn't have an objection to it being, 6 feet or maybe whatever. I mean, I know the topo changes, so it's kind of challenging. You've got to do it in sections or something, but, yeah. But we don't want solid walls, fences or walls in downtown. I think that's the end of my comments. I'm really excited for this use. I'm really excited for this design. Wish I could go back in time and go to middle school here once you get this project done.
Thank you.
Any other thoughts?
I'm very much in support. I think my only comment is just that I think your roofs are very optimistically thin. So I don't know if you're usually very good about, as CDs progress, you bring stuff back to Jeff. So I know that'll happen. So yeah, I'm very much in support of what you're showing.
I think it's a wonderful design in general, and very much in support as well.
Thanks, y'all.
Alrighty.
Really appreciate all the great feedback, and we have some things to resolve, some trees to add. I love it.
Any other questions for us?
Is there any specific section or detail or thing you would like to see? It sounds like I need to maybe give you a plan detail of the gutter downspout.
Maybe where that corner window?
Corner window plan detail would be good, and probably like a section through the canopy.
Section showing the eave and where the foraging meets ephes.
That'll keep me honest on my optimistically thin roof.
I think a section through the play area, still struggling to understand what you're gonna do at the end where the trees are, where it drops 2.5 feet. And you have the wall there, so just a section through
Sure, yeah.
that field.
How wide a bed do you have for the magnolias?
It's pretty significant, but I think it's 8 feet.
Yeah, I'm just having some in my backyard. I think it's 6 feet. I don't know. You're gonna be having lots of magnolia leaves on that court all the time.
We might bring back a different tree. Any tree suggestions? You got a favorite sports?
Well, it's gonna be in a planter pretty much,
Yeah.
right?
It is like
Yeah,
a
just
full
the
strip.
leaf litter on
right
that
here.
basketball
Right.
court. It's gonna be a constant maintenance nightmare.
Right, so yeah, because it's gonna be like in a planter, you're gonna be limited, you're not gonna want a tree that roots really far. You're
Right.
gonna want a canopy that's pretty compact, because I think like the roots are about as wide as the canopy, so.
I think the first question on the trees will be, are the tree canopy requirements? And, but you've got the site plan process going through, and they'll tell you, because that, my gut says we're gonna have to add trees somewhere in the front yard. But, so let's see where that takes us a little further along, and what'll fit under there in addition to what's required there.
So I'm also just noticing on the site plan, it's a proposed aluminum fence. Is that the materiality of the metal?
It was a powder coated aluminum. In probably a bronze or like a rust red.
And the one other thing we discussed was the AstroTurf.
AstroTurf, change of material.
Yeah, just options.
Great.
Awesome. Well, thank you all so
Thank you,
much.
guys.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Alrighty.
Street art, do you need that in a letter or
What would you be willing to give?
I think, yeah, I would say let's not talk about street art and street crossings until you know what Public Works and our letter you do.
We had I'm optimistic based on our pre-app, and I think you were there.
Because
They did not like
we
the
can't
hump.
do the traffic calming?
Yeah, they did not like this, but they were all about painting. So
Well,
we'll see.
And then the fire department will tell you they don't want humps and they won't want this and that.
Yeah.
So get that squared away.
We had a speed mediation put in on JPA near our house, and it's got cutouts in it so the emergency vehicles can go through, and everybody else just goes right through too. So, but at least you get the sign that says speed hump, and some people slow down.
Yeah. It's, all right.
Thanks.
All right. Is what it is, right?
Pre-applications, they're what they are. It's good discussion to get us
Yeah, good
hopefully
thing
to
we
a
went-
spot where COA is flushed out.
All right, so what's left on your agenda, we've attached some information, sharing, updating you on some of the minor reviews, administrative reviews that we've looked at. You do have another 45 minutes to an hour listening to me, so I don't know what you all want to, is there something you want to talk about? Oh,
Do we want to talk about?
No, I was just showing her a picture of the back of Gunston
Oh,
Hall for
sorry.
the heck of it,
Sorry.
sorry.
Sorry to interrupt.
no, I just trying to,
Are there any questions about the mall cafe statuses?
Yeah, it's
or
to dive right in, or-
the minor reviews?
So when you've got the minor review, that's basically the administrative stuff y'all have approved over the past year, is that right? Or just since January of this year?
We provided an update in January.
Did y'all send this out with the packet?
I did not.
Okay.
I was going to say, I haven't seen this before.
So I don't know if
We
I,
took a few
I don't
minutes.
know if I have any
I
comments.
mean, do you want comments from us? If you do, then we would.
The
love to
priority was
share.
the training. we were providing this because the code says we have to. And
Yeah,
because
and
it's nice.
I noticed that. I think,
Could we be emailed this list?
Yeah. And what I was thinking was maybe, well, it's going to be one of my comments on our, I guess, on the bylaws where we have our scrubbing of our typical agendas. One of my comments was going to be to include a spot where you guys can give us a little update just like this, but just monthly. So then it's not as long a list and you can just say, here's what we approved in the last month. And maybe you have one slide that has a couple pictures. I don't know. Again, not trying to bog things down, but that keeps us informed. Oh, yeah. Can we call David?
So
Or
he was watching online, but I'll go.
David, you're welcome to come back in if you're not asleep.
So from your November work session last year, you actually had that on a staff to-do list, is that you wanted those admin reviews every month. So point taken. So we did review that today. There's a lot that we still need to work on as far as like your pre-application checklists and those process things, but.
Yeah, and I do think actually if you, again, like I said, maybe a slide or a page that does get included with the packet you send to us, then that's something we can look at ahead of time and we don't even have to really talk too much about it unless there's questions at the meeting.
So the minor historic reviews are from January through now of this year?
Yes, sir.
That you guys have done, that did not have to
Come to us.
come to us at all?
That's right.
Okay.
And that's based on the code and based on like the requirements for a minor review, which per the little nice diagram, it just says it goes to staff. So,
And for my edification, how much time do you end up spending on any one of these
I mean, that's
reviews?
why my position exists.
that depends.
Does that help?
I mean, when you,
I didn't add the sign applications in there, which.
yeah, the signs aren't in there. We also have to review the building permits that come in. We have to review the site plans that are associated with these. And in fact, there's a lot of things that we're working towards simply approving on the building permit or approving it on the site plan. Someone, more so probably in entrance corridors than historic districts, but, someone is building a fence or enclosing a dumpster, we're working towards approving those.
And actually, you'll see building permit
Yeah.
numbers on
Yeah.
there. There is not a separate COA application. We are reviewing on the building permit. So for EV chargers, for example.
So electrical permits come in. Kate's been checking because our permit system doesn't tell us. We have to check just about everything. And what is also happening is people are applying for building permits and they're being accepted and they're going through, and then we're finding, wait, this has a design review element. So the time is variable. It's still the lion's share of our time. For example, on a, take this 915 East High, I mean, when all is said and done, just bringing it to you 20 hours, I mean, just the correspondence and conversation with the applicants, the making signs, the preparing the agendas, the posting things, the assembling a staff report. Last week, Kate had to disassemble what was being posted online to remove something. So there's a lot. I don't know. I haven't been able ever to really calculate the exact amount of time, but it is inverse to what you see here. It's like what they, in college, every hour of a class is X hours of work and homework at home. But I think it's similarly high for every project that we bring to you. Yeah.
Yeah, customer relations is a big part of what we do, which doesn't show up in a permit.
Yep.
So.
Yeah.
Thanks for doing all this work. It seems like a lot. So,
Well, it's our job, but it's what you're a little bit of grumbling behind the scenes that it's we have to touch things so often, and others we'll touch it once, but then it comes back to us, and then we look at the building permit, and then once it's built, we have to say that they built it the way they were supposed to build it, and it's
And so like one thing I do is I sit in every development team meeting on Wednesday. So that's something that Jeff got to pass off to me, right? Which he didn't have the luxury of doing it when I didn't exist, so.
And now with so much of what we do with this new code requires a site plan or a development plan. It requires additional steps that they didn't have to do under the old code, and we're now, you all got, the thing that got pulled from the agenda was a special exception for the apartment building on West Main Street, only because of the way the grade changes, the floor gets built into the grade, and our code says, oh no, your floor can't be that, you can't have a 6-foot first floor, even though the rest of the building, it's 14 feet tall because of the grade change. And so you all were going to get a special exception request to review, which required a staff report, which essentially was saying, you already looked at this and approved the design, so you have obviously no problem with this element, but we had to formally prepare a document basically reiterating that you all approved the design review. So,
Sorry for the crazy emails.
Okay, now, do these people pay NDS something for your review?
we're not, believe me, the revenue that Kate and I generate is, sometimes it's almost not worth trying to explain to somebody how to put in their $100
The
fee.
schedule is adopted by council.
Yeah,
and
it's
that's
pretty-
public information.
Okay.
We're not a revenue stream. The building permits and other things are, but it's $100 for minor review, 125, and if it's in a conservation district, it's nothing.
It's an intangible value.
Yes, that's right. We do it just for the love of the game. It's
I mean, it's to stop just being blasted with erroneous.
Right.
mess. Yeah.
There's a little bit of, oh, I got to pay something for this. Yeah.
And it's some of why we're trying to get towards being able to approve things a little more simply. We've gotten to now where these EV chargers, it's like, how do we loop this in to the building permit process or the electrical permit process? All right, so I
have a
have.
question on the cafes, just for a second.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd love more context on that.
So there are 4 cafes, outdoor cafes, that are operating without approvals?
Correct.
And what do those, I don't want to name call, but what would those businesses need to be doing?
So there's a.
And I assume, because it's August,
Well,
that
let's
they've been
clar-
operating for the better part
in
of
some cases.
years?
So there's a permit to operate a cafe space in the public right of way. And there's a fee for that. There's also the design approval, but we're not really we're not talking about that at this point. We're talking about people who not paid the fee, but are still operating.
So is it zoning's duty to enforce that? And why is that enforced?
For survival in meetings, we put on our blinders because I don't have an answer.
In an ideal
In an ideal world,
functioning government,
we would go pick up their stuff and move it.
We're in a data collection phase right now. So this is a phased initiative. This is a data collection point. These
But we've
reports are going directly to the city manager's office. So we are.
but we've always required permits for outdoor cafes. That's not new. So if somebody's been doing that for, I'm not trying to blame exactly the staff. I'm just asking.
Well, no,
but
this isn't-
there's serious non-compliance if people have been years without a cafe, and they're on the public street. They're on a public. It's not. This is not private property.
Right,
This
this is
is
space that's being taken
Yeah.
away from the public.
right.
For
That-
private use.
Right,
and
that
they're
has
not-
chairs that nobody's using and nobody's paying for it, and, that could be open space,
And so
frankly.
Brenda,
Which is what the mall
It
was
was intended
intended.
to be.
Yeah,
Yes.
instead of outdoor cafes.
Brenda would be very happy to come and speak to you all, and she actually asked, should I come tonight? And I was just like, well, I didn't even know if we were going to put it into your packet tonight, but yes, she has offered to come as the representative from economic development to speak to this concern and this continuous issue.
Is there something is there something we can do?
Feel like it's
for
in
it
our
to be
purview.
Given to us?
It's not really our purview.
Yeah, so
to,
why,
like,
I mean,
be
why are we?
bill
City
collectors.
manager's office needs to take some
No, I
action
guess
on
just
that.
Willing
we
to
had
provide
worked- we
context
had
for you
worked to
and
develop
explain the nuances
Oh, I
of
appreciate
the
it. Yeah.
lease agreements
we-
and all of that.
We work to develop the design guidelines, if you will, for the cafe spaces.
Yes.
And we expect those to be enforced.
We have not.
Not necess- I don't know if it's by you or not. Like, that's
It's
just,
not, we've been
I know.
instructed not to, yeah.
okay, well then,
That's why we're in data collection right now.
fair enough.
That's, yeah,
Like, to me, I don't care whether they pay their bill or not. I mean,
Yeah.
the private citizen me does, the BAR member does not. BAR member says you should have dark-colored metal furniture
Well,
and et
BAR
cetera.
landscape architect who,
Well,
the
we've-
landscape architect
we
between
went through
Florence and
a-
Alprin says there should be.
We have already, like,
we've beaten
passed a
that horse.
I'm just
resolution.
saying your opinion and my
No, it's not
opinion
an
are different
opinion.
about.
But
but
before
you're-
you joined the BAR, we passed a resolution saying these are the design guidelines for the cafe spaces.
And council
approved
accepted
them.
them. We have not yet enforced them.
But there is
So they're not-
a city, I don't want to say task force, but it is a subcommittee of high-level employees who are directing this initiative towards making progress on these compliance issues. So there are things being done.
Yes.
It is not apparent right now at this moment, but it is happening. It
It's
is coming.
zoning
Thank
that
you.
is supposed to enforce it.
Again, there is an independent group of high-level employees who are tasked with solving that problem right now, and it's happening way above Jeff and my head.
They're,
They're meeting quarterly to work through these issues
Yeah.
with business owners and so.
zoning applies to zoned parcels.
Yeah, public.
So
yeah.
there are some idiosyncrasies to this situation. Believe me, it's frustrating. It's frustrating, particularly given how much work and effort was put into updating the cafe guidelines, and people have sort of, when we were first looking at what we had to enforce, it was a couple of folks who were probably going to be upset. But now it seems like a lot of others have followed suit and said, well, I can put potted plants all along the outside of my barrier. I can do whatever I want. You have an application coming to you next month.
Two cafe applications
You know,
next month.
and one we adamantly told the applicant, this is not per the guidelines, we will recommend denial of it. That's going to be an interesting evening. Sorry, I've become so frustrated with them all. I mean, I will say, I'm enthused with the crossings. I'm so glad of what we got. We have the fountains.
That's a huge one.
Beth Meyer was so excited when I saw her a couple
Great
weeks
job
ago.
on that. Well done.
We have more benches coming onto the mall, not a lot, more. So.
I think it would be great if Ms. Kelly would come and provide a brief, an update, or at least in an email.
Yeah, I guess.
She volunteered it, so.
I don't know what you all, I mean, other than, expressing concern, but there's not, we can inform you, but I can't give you direction on how to.
And Jen, I did not mean to be
That's all right.
dismissive. I just emailed you the city council approved cafe guidelines, so you've got those to
Okay,
take a
I
look
mean, my
at.
point was just that I think it's not just about an aesthetic judgment, but it's a public space, and
Mm-hmm.
that I do think the BAR should have some. And if it might not be of interest to you as a
No, we-
BAR member, which is what I heard you say, but I just want to express as a BAR
I
member.
think he said as a
was
private
interested.
citizen, he
said it was
doesn't
a
care,
private-
but as a
He's-
VAR member, he does.
No, I
I thought he
care.
said he doesn't care as a BAR member, so that's why I just wanted to say as a,
I'm talking about collecting the money.
okay.
Yeah.
That side of it.
So I just want,
That side of it, I don't think falls into our purview as BAR members.
Not at all.
The private citizen me is like, yeah, pay your bills. That's
But the
what I
design
was saying. The
review,
design review
we
falls
all
under our
care about.
purview.
But based on this chart here, only a third of the cafes are in full compliance.
right.
That is correct.
That's
Yeah.
a pretty pitiful.
I think we knew it was going to take a while as well, though. I mean, nobody's going to turn on a dime.
But there
And there
were
have been
previous
improvements.
guidelines, they were just maybe not enforced, or, I mean, the pandemic, we were
That's part
told,
of it, too.
made those spaces be used year-round, plastic, like all kinds of things were done that didn't comply with earlier
trying
guidelines.
to
And
rein that in.
once that went away, a lot of restaurants didn't come back, and commerce was slow, and businesses were hurting, and, there was a sentiment that coming down hard on them. So,
Yeah.
there's a context for this, but it is disappointing because like you said, I don't care about the money or the actual permitting or the process, but that's the opportunity that we get to review what they want to put out there. And that's disappointing, as Jeff has said, because, we planned and we thought hard and developed these guidelines that we thought were thoughtful, not too onerous, business friendly, but
Yeah, we had to- I
but
mean-
would preserve what the mall was supposed to be under Halpern and as he designed it. And while this was all happening, then we had the downtown mall tree management plan done by Wolf Josie, and, a promise that the city would begin to move in that direction, not maybe follow all of its plan. And then we've just celebrated the anniversary of the downtown mall. So it's just disappointing, like Jen has said, that, if I pulled, let's just say, I pulled a food truck into one of, Market Street Park and just started selling something, I would be a private sector person making money in a public space, and that's not right.
Right.
I would know that I would probably need to get permission somewhere to do that on a lot of on different fronts. And it's disappointing to me that a business just can't go, I think our city is business friendly. I think the city does want for the mall to thrive. And I don't think that it's a burden on these businesses to apply to get to use part of our public park. I mean, that's what the downtown mall is. It's our old Main Street. It's a park. It's a public space. It's a cherished public space. Now it's a historic public space. It's an enjoyable public space, and I think it's a privilege to be there and to do business there and to make money there. So it's just, I think we're just disappointed about that part of it. I think all of us.
It's not much different to me than like the farmer's market where a farmer has to
Yeah.
pay for a parking spot on the, and like, how are these restaurants getting away with not complying? It
There's
seems
just a little
problematic.
public space on the downtown mall now, so it just seems like if they're not gonna pay, then let's allow the public to use the space that they're currently occupying.
Where's Lucky's cheesesteak?
It used to be like a Blues. It's at the end by Whiskey.
Where?
Whiskey Jar, next door to Burnside, and it used to be Whiskey Blues.
So are we doing this half an hour thing now?
I'm hoping it'd be more, but this is, so we can officially start the clock. And just to preface this, you all are required.
Think outside the box.
Yeah, that's the theme. You all are required, and I will get into it here, explain it, but you all are required in our annual report to the state to complete an hour of training relevant to being on the Board of Architectural Review. And in my tenure, I think the 8 annual reports that I've done, I've never been able to turn in a complete, that the BAR has completed its training. So it's a bit professionally embarrassing for me. And so the option that we've come down to is that we are going to, I was hoping tonight would be a full hour and knock it out, but I don't think that's possible. But we can do a half hour tonight.
Our agenda said a half an hour. I don't mean to be ornery, but
That's
it
all
said
right.
7 to 7:30, so.
I understand, but you still have to do the hour.
I'm not
and so-
objecting to anything that you're saying.
And my hope was to do, 30, 40 minutes, and then we have 20 minutes for, I know there'll be discussion and questions. But what I'm putting forth here is that I also think that we've not ever taken and gone through sort of roles and responsibilities of the BAR. So I'm not going to cover all of this tonight. I'm going to cover as much as I can, and when 30 minutes is up, we'll see where we are. And we were hoping to at the next meeting, although the agenda is getting, that agenda's might be a little complicated, but we were hoping to have a session to talk about urban archaeology and have Ben Ford share with it, because there are some things that Kate and I are working on internally as we begin to discuss opportunities with archaeology. So very quickly, so BAR 101, the box theme is, we've been just joking about how, the hardest thing for you all to do is to stay in your lane, to stay in your box, to stay in your purview. And that's one of the things I want to try to communicate a little bit tonight. But just very quickly, and you have a copy of it there, it's helpful to know that the background of historic preservation and timeline. This is very brief. It leaves out a lot of things, the historic districts ordinances. I'm not sure if 1956 or 1959 we adopted the first architectural design control district. That's that area of downtown that included the building we just looked at. And that was later expanded, and the early on there was not a BAR in the way that you all are constituted. That didn't occur, I think, until, where is it up there? I said, 1991. And so you see, and we were kind of building towards what we have now is our 8 ADC districts, our 3 historic conservation districts, and our 70-some individually protected properties. And so you all are a certified local government. This is a program through the National Park Service. It's administered by the Virginia Department of Historic Resources, and there are requirements for that, for us to be a CLG. And one of them is the establishment of historic districts, of a zoning ordinance, the adoption, and the adoption of guidelines. And the adoption of guidelines that are consistent with the Secretary of the Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties, the appointment of a BAR. You all are that person, fulfill that, and then there are criteria for, as you know, we have different seats on the BAR. That's one of the pieces of the CLG. The certified local government, and I think it was 1994. What we get in return for being a certified local government is I have access to grant funds, which I don't have the numbers in front of me, but Mary Joy certainly before me, and I, following up, have accomplished probably close to $150,000 worth of survey work, surveying historic districts, getting things on the National Register, of which I've been able to leverage quite a lot of state, well, it's pass-through funds from the state, federal funds. So that's that, by being a certified local government, that gives me that access to that grant funding, which, and then as said, this is from the annual reports that we prepare, and they go from September to October. But one of the provisions in there is that a CLG requirement is that you attend at least one training program relevant to the BAR each year. And we've established, and the state is fine with it, that is 1 hour of relevant training. And so I know you all know this. We have established our code. These were the code sections that Kate circulated. There are 3 sections, 2.93, or 2.93 and 2.94, which cover the architectural design control districts, the IPPs, and the historic conservation districts. So those are established in the ordinance, and that's some of what Kate circulated.
Jeff, just
Yes,
a
ma'am.
question. How many IPPs are we at right now?
I always say 76 because I know we've added, but I think now with the house on West Street, we're at 77. But some of them are in
Because we lost the
districts.
property, the stone property where the Verve went. And then we lost
See, that's when I
the
tried
one
it.
the one that I helped demolish.
And then
Sorry.
there's some on the list that
Riverside.
Yeah, so some that were still on the list. They were like, why is this on there? Council was supposed to remove them.
Still a lot of properties.
It's about 76. And
Still a lot.
And I also found that previously, when a historic district was established, and the IPPs were automatically removed, as that doesn't, for some reason, that wasn't done on some of them. So, but it's around 76. And again, so everyone knows, this is important to share. I've had to explain this even to council many times, say, yes, we have historic districts on the National Register, on the Virginia Landmarks Register. For instance, Fry Spring, North Belmont, on Fifeville, Tonsler, but they are not locally, they're not city designated historic districts. And in fact, some of the historic districts we have are the same as the National Register districts, but the boundaries aren't the same.
That
So
was
they
gonna be
are,
my question.
they are not synonymous. One is not required. The only thing that we require is if we're going to establish a district, that there's been a survey. We've completed a survey.
Is that because
Why is that?
Yeah, why is that?
Why is what?
Why is it that you have some districts that are recognized nationally as historic districts?
Well,
locally they're not.
Like,
Because-
I know the answer.
right, yeah. So for
City didn't
example,
adopt them.
Why not?
they
They
may,
don't want to be
be.
part of, they don't want to be.
Yeah.
They don't want to come to us.
They
Community-
don't want the guidelines to be imposed on them.
Is it the
right.
community saying no to it?
North Belmont, when it was surveyed,
Yes.
this is the year before I started, they did the survey. The neighborhood did not want to be locally designated, but they were willing to pursue being on the National Register. I did Fifeville, I was here for Rose Hill, Little High neighborhood, 10th and Page neighborhood. All 3 of those were eligible for the National Register and local designation, but the neighborhoods.
How does that work? Just, I mean, just having not been through the process of it, is there a hearing and then people from the neighborhood come?
So you hold that, okay? And, but it is to establish a city designated district, we like to have the survey, but properties, my house is not on the National Register or the State Register, so, but it's locally designated as an IPP. In fact, a lot of our IPPs are not. And so it is the city designation does not require state or national designation, but there's
And vice
no,
versa.
the state or national designation doesn't come with any regulation. And it doesn't.
It's honorific.
But you would get it because you could get state tax credits.
You could. I like that as a, they are not the easiest thing to acquire. So I know it's heresy in the preservation world, but I think there are benefits being on the state and national register. There is an opportunity for rehabilitation tax credits. I would be hesitant to use that as a selling point. It is not the easiest process, and the funds are very limited.
It's difficult. I've done it, it's difficult.
Our ADC districts are listed here
That's even
on
harder.
the front page.
That's just I put the year when they're, yes.
But that's
There's 8 of those, right?
eight ADCs and
3 conservation districts and,
historical HCs. 3 of those. Okay.
Martha Jeff, Woolen Mills, and Rugby Road.
I think you need, say for Fife Hill or Fry Spring or North Belmont, you'd need overwhelming community support to become a local.
You would need overwhelming support even to nominate it for the National Register. And that's what they were able to get in it. And it's my understanding, like, for example, Fifeville, Tonsler, and North Belmont, they were
setting
enthusiastic
aside-
as long as you don't pursue.
Setting aside
local
National
issues.
Register, our purview's local.
It better
would
be,
need
it would have to be.
Almost 95% or something like
Yeah,
that.
and given the experience, the
To
last
answer your
one in
question,
Woolen Mills.
why they're not. It's not like
I'd say
something city-
99%. yeah.
Right, but to answer his question, like city council can't just designate it without
It's
the
rezoning.
approval of the
Yeah.
It's
neighborhood.
rezoning.
Yeah, they
I'm surprised the ones that we have had that much support.
Well, that was for the National Register District, so that's like a majority.
I think in the past, they were probably more imposed than they are today.
The ADC ones that we do have.
Right,
Yeah,
maybe
I
we
think
need
of
to
the
look
last one,
look
we
at the
did
other map.
Woolen Mills, and they had to table that for a year because of opposition.
Has it gotten harder to get the designation, you know? Like,
So-
was it,
I think there was an iron-willed person,
So
if you look at the timeline.
yeah, we did have a conservation district proposed in the C.H. Brown Conservation District in 10th and Page, that north of Grady Avenue, 6 buildings. But what I needed was a letter from each of those landowners saying, I'm willing to become listed and fall under the BAR's purview, and those letters were not produced, so I could not take it to city council.
And when was the conservation district created and why the difference?
So they were created in 2010. Primarily, this was driven by the Martha Jefferson neighborhood when they knew the hospital was leaving and they saw some of the encroachment of businesses into the houses, particularly there like near Maplewood. And they also, the big apartment building was constructed there in Little High. So, but there was not a willingness to pursue an ADC district, so some folks came up with the idea of a sort of a historic district light. And then all 3 of those conservation districts were neighborhood driven.
And just for, since we're talking about it, what is the difference in our kind of ruling of those 2?
I think we'll get to that.
We want to get to that.
You mean in terms of criteria, review criteria? Yep.
So that's all, again, the theme is we're in our box. So our box are these city designated districts and properties. Next slide showed, I showed, that should actually be, we don't even have a box there. We have there's no, but it's important to make that distinction because so that people know, one does not lead to the other, one does not require the other. All right.
But I
next-
still look at every single thing happening in North Belmont because I'm on the permits.
Yeah, we get.
Well, and you drive into Fry Spring and there's a sign that says Fry Spring Historic District.
Yep, I get,
Right.
Kate and I field a lot of calls from people who say, well, I'm in a historic district, I have to, no, and then I have to explain to them, I've tried to work towards a standard email to explain, sorry I'm being short, it's just that,
No, we're automating like at the wazoo.
it
We
is
are
like,
trying to-
oh my God, all right, I have to explain it again. I've had to explain it to people in City Hall multiple times. So it is a message that somehow I'm not communicating very well. All right, so the big thing for you guys that we do need to address is what is your purview? Some tough love here, I'll say, it's like tonight, there was some questions about things that just don't fall under your purview. It's great to be interested, it's great to ask, but those, if you were dealing with not someone who Kate and I work with almost monthly. You were dealing with an out-of-town architecture firm on a really big project. You all are asking questions sometimes that fall outside of your purview, but your authority established by code is, so you're different from the tree commission or the historic resource committee. You are an appointed body with a level of authority and established by code, and you have the authority to approve the certificates of appropriateness, approve or deny, and you see there, and also appeals regarding to certificates of appropriateness for a minor historic review. That's a new thing. We used to call them administrative reviews. They're now officially called minor reviews. The thing I do want to make clear is that Kate and I we would never deny, if someone brought in something for a minor review, a COA for a cafe space, a sign permit, or something that was a minor review for something else. If we're not comfortable approving it, we're bringing it to you. We're elevating it to a major historic review. So I cannot imagine where we would formally deny.
The applicant has a choice to
Yeah.
take it to bar or not, and
Yeah.
most of the time they do.
Yeah, and we say, and if they say I don't want to, they say, then don't write me a check because we're not going to approve this.
I do think under authority 515C1 general, if you've not read through items A and through all of those, there's some interesting things in there that you all should be doing or could do.
Could be doing. We hate this code because.
Related to COAs.
Yeah, because we have to say 5.1.2.7.c-1-little c-big C. It's not simple like the old one, but.
Like disseminate information within the city on historic preservation issues and concerns.
So you have you have also, and I didn't include it because, again, trying to get to your box, that when you're sitting up here and reviewing a project, and for the COA for a major historic review, which means it comes to you, your job is approve the application unless you find it does not meet the specific standards set forth within the section, and that'll be on the next slide. And what that's saying is that you have specific review criteria, you have specific guidelines. If a project doesn't meet those guidelines, you can deny it. If it does, then you have to approve it. It can't be that you don't like it. Or I think that the zoning is bad here, or no, this shouldn't be a slaughterhouse. No, all you care about is whether or not that slaughterhouse looks right. And
But what about
Go ahead.
number 2?
so which number 2?
That proposal is incompatible with the historic, cultural,
So-
or architectural character.
And that is based on, and that's when we're going to get to the next slide and I'll show you. So there is always some judgment that's inherent. I mean, there's no doubt about that. Now, the other reason I have this particular piece here is that you all, in your purview, have the ability to, you can require conditions, as it says, conditions of approval, and you have that right, but we'll talk in a bit about what the constraints are on those conditions. And also, this is where this was added to the code from the last one. It says here, prior to attaching conditions to an approval, due consideration will be given to the cost and compliance with the proposed condition. I interpret that to also, that gives you some flexibility on the application itself. But the question would be something like, we're going to make this person who can't afford it put a standing seam metal roof on their house. You all could consider the cost and et cetera, but the thing would be this, is you guys have to somewhat be blind to that at times too, because you're following the guidelines. There are remedies available if, the point being is, if you say, I don't want to make somebody do this because it's going to cost them money, well, then we have to be consistent, and that's the most important thing. And so and I don't disagree with that fairness part, but it's where we have to, if we have to anchor it in the guidelines and then be consistent in that application of the guidelines. All right, so next slide is, so this is only for, these are not the review criteria for demolitions, but just for brevity. So these are, in our code, it establishes the things that you all are supposed to look at. And, and it says there, exterior architectural features. What's interesting is, one of the things that we don't talk about landscapes. It's not clear what the landscape means, and that's something I would like to. Brett Gaster and I had a lot of conversation about this before, sort of saying, all right, when we have a site that has a historic landscape, I mean, truly, and there are some places where, like the Natural Amphitheater behind the old girls' school on 2nd Street, where we, that landscape element is a critical piece of this, but it's where your role is
Right.
it's
Well, there's also, there's
Point
guidance
V5.
for cultural landscapes.
Yes.
Part of,
Right.
that's now part of the Secretary of Interior standards. So
Right.
this should be updated to include standards for cultural landscapes, which is not just historic landscapes, but vernacular landscapes, ethnographic landscapes,
yeah, and so it's.
designed landscapes.
But
which
it
is-
forces us into, my point is that sometimes we have to interpret like, well, like if somebody wants to cut down a tree because it's dead, I don't, but in the old days, they would have, I've seen where people had to come to the BAR and say, I want to cut down my dead tree. So that we have some room for discussion on how to interpret landscaping in this. But the larger thing I'm saying is that first and foremost, it's limited to exterior architectural features, what you can see. So that's where that, the new construction or the alteration. And a piece of, in our code is that correlation of our design guidelines to the Secretary standards. And I know we say it a lot, but folks aren't necessarily aware of what they are. So the Secretary standards, Secretary of the Interior, their standards for the treatment of historic properties.
Well, that's different. Because rehabilitation is just one of the four major
right,
categories.
Exactly. So there are, and it's even kind of worded differently in our guidelines, but the Secretary standards, and there's the section on rehabilitation, which is actually very,
There's 10 things.
it's very helpful. And so if we hit a log jam on something, there's guidance in there that we can look to. And so and then the other thing that I highlighted here is any applicable provisions of the design guidelines. So this is your starting point, and then, but I usually go right to the design guidelines because our design guidelines reflect these. It's not one or the other. You can go right to the guidelines very comfortably, and our guidelines reflect the Secretary standards. But I was asked in our last appeal, there was the question of, well, which guidelines does the BAR apply? And I said, well, it's very clear. We have ADC district design guidelines. It says applicable provisions of the guidelines underneath, well, I didn't put it in there, but under ADC districts. So, but the question was raised that the BAR, some have said, oh, the BAR should only use the guidelines, because we don't say which guidelines to use. I would debate that, but those are, we have the ADC district guidelines, we have the Secretary standards. These are the things that, so when we're talking to somebody about, for example, the roof on, or the materiality on or a trim detail on that addition that we were talking about tonight, some of that's delving into architectural preference, and I don't have a problem with it. I think everybody, that's part of the game, but someone could look at our ordinance and say, it doesn't matter what kind of tree they put down there. They need to put a tree, or it doesn't matter what kind of roofing membrane they used. What do the guidelines tell us? So we're, and I'm saying it because I think the BAR, we have to become aware of the box that we're in, and try to, and when we're having conversations, go back to the guidelines, check the guidelines, make sure that we're staying consistent with the guidelines, because that's where the complaints will fall and say, you guys, it was someone's opinion that this project didn't meet the guidelines, but they didn't demonstrate where it does or doesn't meet the guidelines.
The guidelines are our safety net.
Right. So, next slide. So, similarly for the Historic Conservation District, you also have review criteria to follow. This is an example of where, when the ordinance was rewritten, the lowest rung on the ladder was us, and we had to we had to make sure, or I guess I was making sure that we didn't lose things from the old ordinance. So that was so some of this should essentially match what's on for the ADC districts. It's a similar level of evaluation. It's just, how in a conservation district, we don't look at what's going on in the backyard. We don't look at what we don't see, but we still, for the things that we see, we should have similar criteria. But again, ultimately it refers to the design guidelines that we have for conservation districts, and which are the ADC district guidelines, about 150 pages, the conservation district guidelines, about 3, or 4, if you include the map. And
But if they're both applicable provisions to the city's design guidelines, that's my question, is like,
well, the
they feel
applicable,
very similar. Like, I don't know how to evaluate them set differently.
so if you see there, it says historic, D2, Historic Conservation District, the applicable design guidelines are the guidelines that were adopted for Historic Conservation Districts. So there's not, so if someone were to say, I don't know which guidelines you're supposed to use, you're not reading the code. And the same thing on the other page, for the other one, and I just, for space, left it out, it's ADC districts and IPPs. That's why we use the ADC district guidelines when reviewing IPPs. That came up also in the 7th Street appeal, that, why are you using design guidelines for ADC districts? It's like, because the code says so. Well, where does it say it? So one of the things I think Kate and I have talked about is, all right, we want to say, instead of any applicable provisions, say the provisions of the Historic Conservation District design guidelines. Next slide. So I already talked about the Secretary's, the interior standards, but also, again, from the CLG requirements, your design guidelines shall be substantially consistent with the Secretary's standards. So there's that connection again, that a requirement.
And maybe it's just the slide title, but I want to make it clear, like, the treatment of historic properties, like, rehabilitation's a subset of that.
I understand.
Okay. I know it's probably the one that most often, we deal with, but each of those 4 has sort of its own
little world. Right. When you're talking about restoration or reconstruction, it's just simpler to, and also,
No one cares
like,
about our.
it's like just trying to work on my brevity in my notes, but we should, when you think of the Secretary standards, there's Secretary standards for the treatment of historic properties. And within that, what we refer to are the rehabilitation. But there might be circumstances where we're dealing with we dealt with a reconstruction of a porch.
Yeah, and I think I remember there's one where I feel like we even asked, like, which one are y'all applying under?
Right.
And I almost wish that was something they filled out on the COA. It was like, this is the umbrella
I think that's a great.
we're designing our project under, because then that guides us to, because it's really up to the applicant to say,
yeah,
this is the one these are the guidelines we're following, and therefore you need to judge us by these guidelines.
And by and large, it is rehabilitation.
By and large, I agree.
And by and large, the guidelines for new construction and additions, they're actually pretty clean. It's the rehabilitation chapter that has some wishy-washiness even in our stuff. So, but that's, again, everything's linked back to, because we are a CLG, we have requirements, and one of those is this course, that our guidelines correspond to the Secretary standards. Next slide. So this is something that often gets lost in translation, and it's very, very important. You know, you all stay in your box, and that box was established by City Council. You know, James has been here, and David, you know, when we've had appeals and or addressed council on things, and there's this sort of, well, why is the BAR? Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? And the response, I've many times said, these are your guidelines. You appointed the BAR. You adopted this ordinance that establishes the BAR in these historic districts. And I don't mean that to be, you know, grumpy about it. It's to remind, you know, council that we work for you. And as we did when we revised the design guidelines for the cafe spaces, we had to go to council twice, I think, and explain them. And
don't you remember in 1959 when you created the BAR?
You know, and I had to say many times, well, if you don't agree with it, don't approve it. We can only do what you approve. So, so that's one of the roles that you all have. Now, it says up there we have to every 5 years undertake a comprehensive review. You know, if wishes were horses, beggars would ride. And believe me, there's a lot I wish we could get to, but you all, that is, your obligation is to make recommendations to council on those things, but ultimately, the guidelines are what they have adopted. They're not what you all have decided. I literally said to council, the BAR is not a group of my friends that I gathered together because the room was empty and we've decided to tell people what to do. I said that you are a creature of council, you are a function of our zoning ordinance.
And you do have a role in the comp plan.
Yeah, the comp plan, yeah, and again, not something I put in there, but we have comp plan coming up, you have recommendations, you have power, not power, but you have a role. When you make recommendations on special use permits, that's per code. Now, that's not a formal agreement, but it's a recommendation that you all, as an expert body, are making to City Council. So next thing is, so there's the, and I'm going to get to this slide and we'll save
Yeah,
the
because
rest.
it'll be 35 minutes.
That's right.
Yeah.
So we have, you know, the minor reviews, the major reviews. The minor reviews, what we used to call admin approvals, and the thing is that I have, and Mary Joy did, what a lot of times people call, hey, can I do X? We'd say, yeah, do it. And we would call those admin approvals, except our code formally referred to them as an administrative review. I don't love the minor, major, because and this also goes to some of the language in our code where the ordinance talks about rehabilitation, restoration, renovation, and it doesn't fit with what Secretary Standards, how they define those. So that's another thing to work on. But, so you all are involved in the major historic review. That's your box that you work within.
When did that terminology change?
Which box? I mean the terminology. When they adopted the new
Admin
code.
versus
Yeah.
minor.
With the new
That
code,
was just-
yeah.
That was just in the last year.
And so, but the pieces of it that, you know, just to make you all aware of it is, yes, there's a lot of stuff I approve. When people call me and say, I want to repaint my windows, and yeah, they're white, I'm painting them white, do it. You know, thank you for asking. Or they might say, I'm painting my house, it's currently tan, I'm going to paint it gray. All right, let me look it up. Gray's fine. I will send you an email. Because that's a lot of times they want to I want to be able to tell my neighbors I asked. We do those because we can in 30 seconds solve something instead of taking an hour and trying to explain to someone how to fill out a form and an application to X, Y, Z. So we choose expediency on some things.
Maintenance.
And then there are a lot of responses to inquiries that we, you know, it's where I say, I'm working with Joey Conover on something now that's maintenance and repair. She's asking for some advice on some things. It's a maintenance and repair issue, which you all don't review, we don't review, but we're helping people, and we're answering questions. And I said, what we're trying to also get to is some things that we can approve with site plans and building permits. A minor review for a sign permit. A sign permit is a zoning signs off on that. We check the box, and that serves as the COA. So what we're arguing is that I can't something similar for an EV charger, you know, why did it have to be a COA and another piece
So
of
can I
paper?
ask a clarifying question?
Yes, you may.
On an earlier slide, under the major historic review, it actually said that signs were under major.
Only if we
they're
bring it
part
to
of
you.
a-
No, I
part
said
of
they
a
were in
bigger
minor
project?
review, but if someone, for example, RIT, a couple years ago, yeah. It says.
Including signs.
Including signs, but
As part of an application under consideration. So like if they are asking for more than the code allows them, then yes, it's a major and it comes to you. And you've done that recently, Grit, Coffee, Insomnia Cookies, those were major reviews because they were asking for signs which they were not by right allowed to have.
So I guess a question then would be,
It's
so
a-
for
Not
the-
by zoning right, but by the guidelines, right?
you have to read, it's the.
I'm not trying to get more work
No,
for
no,
us.
no,
I'm
no,
just
but
kidding.
it's helpful to, because it's where reading the code in sequence, it's sort of where things fall out, but where they, and so if it's this is under the major review, so if you're
So like tonight, to Jen's question about the village school, like, that seems like, I guess that's a major review coming to us.
No, not for the signage. Now, if the signage
So
is,
your Division 411, right? So that's zoning. That's the
Division
sign
411,
regs
where am I seeing
dictate
that?
So
Yeah.
if in the sign regs it says in an ADC district they can only have 25 square foot of signage, but they are requesting more, that becomes a major review to come to you all who have the authority to grant
So-
them that addition.
So a project can be a major review, but only if their signage goes above and beyond. Does it become part of that?
it depends, yes.
Y'all will let us know.
Yeah, yeah, and that's why signage, that's another thing that we don't love.
Yeah,
Um,
it's really the zoning that determines, can they have a monument sign and a wall sign? And,
Right.
that's the zoning stuff. but-
Now, all right, now if a sign were an element, architectural element, that's,
Like a
you know.
vintage neon sign
Yeah,
that
it's
needed
something,
restoration.
right, can't be removed from the building itself, then you would see it. But no, and that's why I ask most applicants to take signage off
Yes.
of the renderings, or we say it's for context only.
So just
For example,
curious.
the sign in the church that used to be the music center. we had
Right,
to look
yeah,
at.
that's a good example.
Was it
The pointer?
well, it was not the sign, it was the window that they wanted to put in.
Well, that was because they were altering an architectural
Right,
element. Right,
right.
right. So there's 35 minutes, that's, I'm going to stop, because but you see, the next pieces are to kind of get into some of the, when we're having a review and having a discussion, where keeping you in your box.
So which question, if I may ask one more question?
You may. Now you can get to questions. You just knocked out 30 minutes of your required.
35.
You started this by saying some questions tonight were out of our box, and which ones would you identify as being out of our box?
So it's where.
Like the crosswalks, Jeff, is that what you were thinking?
A crosswalk was a little bit of like, it's an interesting question, but it's not, we don't have anything, we don't have guidelines for painting the street. We don't have guidelines for speed humps, or where a crosswalk should be, or should it, so the other way to think about it is in terms of, it's one thing when we're offering an applicant thoughts. And I thought it was, it is helpful to say to Kevin, well, where's your downspout going? It's, and now the guidelines may not be, but that's where some judgment comes in. You may not be able to say, there's probably not something in there that specifically tells you how to treat a downspout, but there are things in there where to say, that's not necessarily architecturally compatible. So we could defend that, but to, let's say we said, I don't like magnolias. I went to prom with a girl named Magnolia and she dumped me and I hate the word magnolia. I can't be a reason for us to not,
We
allow
can't-
magnolia trees.
The AstroTurf, the stripe, any of that is outside of the design guidelines, so.
To some extent, and the way to flip it is to
It
say,
has to do with character.
Materiality.
it's
I understand.
character
So
defining.
here's the context.
Now, you don't think so, but according to the design guidelines,
Well, think about it in terms of if
I
you
don't
were,
think so either.
It's a hardscape feature.
if you were denying it, that's what I'm getting at. So it's one thing when we having it's easy to have a conversation, and what about this, what about that? But flip it and think, if we were denying this project, like if they said, no, the design on the grill, the metal, I mean, the thing I looked at on that was like, that's just gonna get beat to hell by balls. I don't, you know, it should be something. But is it my job to say, well, that metal grill should be more sturdy, or I don't like the design? Let's take that metal grill.
Right.
Under what guideline would we say, I don't like that design? Could your design be more floral? Or maybe, you know, so that's where I'd say is I've had projects where we said, well, what about if you, like you asked tonight about a cornice. Is a cornice required? In some interpretation of the guidelines, it's not. But the guidelines also instruct us to
Retain.
Contemporary design.
Features of original.
Well, but if a new building, yeah.
But if they had proposed a chain link fence, I would say that there's good grounds to say that's not in keeping with the character of the neighborhood.
And in fact, our guidelines specifically address that. But when we get to where, let's say, you say, well, your cornice should have dentals, you know, because I think that I like them. You know, that's where we have to be kind of cautious in, my job has to be you all shouldn't be designing a project. And I think where we got into, we did, when we were talking about the project on 7th Street, it was very difficult to disengage from what the neighbors wanted and what they were saying.
It was not.
Collectively, but our guidelines, that was a very small box that I think all of us felt an obligation in the community in some way to get out of the box a little bit. But we really, there were times during those discussions when we should have said, you know what, thank you very much, but I'm in my box and I can't go outside. Well, all of us should. It's hard. Look, this is a small community. That's why.
Ask us for our opinion.
Yeah, that's what I'm
That's why I
trying.
said it was beyond my pay grade, because I know it's not. It's not.
I mean, ironically, that project, I felt like we communicated to the audience and even to City Hall what our box is. I think we were pretty
I
clear
think we were very good about that.
about the 7th and a half Street project.
We did not do a good job in that motion. We could have been very more specific. I knew what you all meant, but what was the comment? There was a comment.
I don't mean the motion, I mean the discussion that we had.
Right, the discussion, right.
And the message that we sent back to the City Hall. I think it was a pretty good illustration of, hey, this is what we're doing here.
We were
and
staying
this
in our
is the
box.
reason why we're here.
But it wasn't reflected in the motion as clearly. And that comment was made today by the city attorney. Think of the next person who's going to read this, not you.
Well, the city attorneys should come to our meetings.
Oh, God, I actually, that's one thing I would.
Previous city attorneys did. Every single meeting.
I worry
Lisa
we
Robertson was at this meeting, and I hope.
She never attended.
I hope that some city attorney hears, if they criticize the motion we're making.
No, they're not. They're not. No.
And that we're not staying in legal guidelines, they should show up to our meeting and
That's
instruct us.
not what's happening. That's
As
not-
previous city attorneys and deputies have. Thank you.
They
Show
never
up.
attended when I was here.
And you
But
can stay until 9:25 too. You can stay with us and instruct us, so all our motions are very pretty.
And I think that we would.
It does bring up the point that, the motions are done kind of by the seat of their pants.
I think it's tough. I think that it is a difficult thing to do, especially after a very long discussion, one that's deliberative, one that has a lot of public comment period, all that stuff we went through. I think that I am curious if we are able or allowed to call a recess to huddle up to craft a good motion and then re-adjourn? Is that the right word?
Or even just take a break and just say.
Well, that's what I mean. But we also, the tricky part with that is that we're not
can't
allowed to
go anywhere.
recess to another room and et cetera. But we could call a recess and huddle up here and shovel our mics over this way.
But any applicant needs to be able to hear that discussion.
The applicant will hear
Yes.
the motion.
Well-
So Yeah, and that's where
But if we're doing business, we can't do business
Yeah,
during
we're not-
adjournment or recess.
I guess
Not
my
wheeling
thing
and
is
dealing.
we're just trying to craft the
That's why you
verbiage.
need a legal counsel to come forward and say, and give you that advice in a public setting.
Yeah,
Because we can't huddle up in a public meeting. That's
I
what,
wish-
that's what Open Meeting Act is about.
I suspect if we had,
Sorry.
for every motion, had to
It's okay. It's just,
defer
it is
to
a difficult thing to
an
do.
attorney. The fact that a COA is not a vested right, that's one thing that's helpful. And, but I think what we could do is, yes, when we have a motion's being made and there's ums and how about that? And it would be, okay, take 5 minutes. I'm going to write down what you've said so that we have a clean thing to work from. And that would be my bet. And that was what one of the slides is that we need to give ourselves some pauses. I mean, we've all, it's like coaching. It's like, you want to yell at the ref, but maybe I just need to go, take a walk behind the bench. And we need to give ourselves a little bit of time to do that, to say, okay, make sure, Jeff, do you understand everything I just said? And I know we say we'll go listen to it, and Kate, now, you will be listening sometime. It'll be literally, you listen to, all right, play it again. I have no idea what he said.
No offense, but I do get tired of looking at y'all's faces.
You get tired.
Well, and that's what I've tried lately to kind of guide or give an outline to our discussions where we say like, all right, like let's talk about site right now so we can try and gather all the comments about a topic at one time period instead of jumping all around, because that makes it so much harder to come back to something and capture it in emotion.
Okay, so that's 45 minutes of training.
Right.
You guys
Sweet.
can, this is, and we can, I encourage you guys to, Sherry and I, she'll call me if she's got a question about something. David will call me. Carl and I talk all the time. If you guys have questions, ping us. If you want to, go sit down and walk through this, but this accomplished a lot of what I wanted to accomplish. It introduced some questions, and I know we have some discussions. You guys are doing great.
I think we're doing really well, and I don't think our job is to shield the city from being,
Risk management.
right. It's not part of our job. And if really the city is so afraid of us doing the wrong thing legally or exposing them to some sort of legal risk or disappointment or whatever, get their city attorney's asses down here again.
Yeah.
And suggest to us, which is your job, how we can craft a motion that protects the city. But other than that, we're an unpaid volunteer board that do not specialize in crafting beautiful motions that protect the city from any chance that they'll be sued by any applicant.
It was more the
I think we
denials.
do a really good job. I think our motions are thorough. They do what we need to do. I think we pick on, with James's encouragement and chairmanship, we pick up on a lot of conditions and details. I know Carl is very good when he crafts motions and doing that. I think that we do very well, and I don't really enjoy the beating around about the head at 9:30 at night about what we are not accomplishing.
I never.
I think we're a really good volunteer board. I'm really proud of the work that we've done.
Believe me, these were, the comments from the city attorney was a meeting today about.
Then he should show up at our meetings.
The meeting today was about dealing with employee law. So it had nothing to do with the BAR, but it was an interesting comment when he said, think about the next person to read it. The things where we've had difficulty.
Not my job.
Have been in the denials where we've then have to explain. And so I think it's where when we're going to deny something, Kate and I gotten really good at, like, some of the questions people have said is, all right, well, the BAR recommended this, what does it mean? Well, we'll pull that out. Yeah, we'll pull that out. We make a note, hey, the BAR suggested this, but it is not part of the motion, so we know to pull that out.
But no motion can completely
It can't be.
embody why a public
right.
board made a decision.
But on denials,
I think
we
there's
do need
also,
to take
the reality is that the language in the guidelines is subjective, right? Like architecturally
very much so.
compatible and harmony, that's
Well, I
our
think
job
that's-
as people, is to sort of weigh in on that. But
But
it's
if you
not.
It's a
said
judgment
you
call.
don't believe it's architecturally compatible, it would then be and finish that
Here's
sentence.
why.
And
Right.
we didn't,
Right.
that's
I think
what
we
we
do-
didn't really
We do
do well.
sometimes.
in
Sometimes,
second.
we're
Yeah.
getting better at it.
Yeah. So, and that's on me. And that's on me also to say, guys, we're
But I'm
not,
not sure that needs to be an emotion. I think that's part of our discussion.
If it's a denial, I think it should be an emotion.
yeah.
And I think it's
Okay.
more important in a denial than an approval.
Right, exactly.
Because the denial's where they're
Yeah.
probably or potentially going to appeal it, and then they're going to pick apart our motion. And so that's where you need to be, as I said earlier, the guidelines are our safety net. And so that's where, if you can reference back to say, like, here's why we don't think it's compatible according to, and you have done it on several occasions where you're like rattling off the 34 dot blah, blah, blah. Like, that is where it is helpful, and it's tedious, and that's where it'd be great if we could huddle up, whether we actually huddle up or just call a recess and then talk amongst
I
ourselves.
think that's what we have to do. And we have to cover to do that.
Have a moment to actually flip back through our guidelines and
But
say, these are the
city
ones we're
council
relating to.
doesn't have to make their decision based on,
This is another, yes, they do.
They should.
They should. According to the state code, the review, what you review is what they review, because they're their guidelines. Now, they can, because they're a legislative body, can do whatever, they can consider other things. But this was a big discussion from the 7th Street, and also, well, we've had several appeals lately, but it's the question to me was, what does it mean that we can consider other things? And it came down to, that's a prerogative as the elected body. This is the way of saying, I can't tell you what you can and can't do, but the best advice I had was, the state code refers to that review criteria, so for a defensible position, you all should use, and council can use it. But yeah, that was a really interesting discussion of what other criteria.
And where is that written?
It's in the,
Nothing's happened.
you mean in the
Where's it
Code of
written?
Virginia?
Like, where's it
I'm
written?
about to look it up.
That they can factor other things in?
It's in our code.
Okay.
It's in
Where?
our code.
It's in your actually appeal
But if you read the state the enabling legislation,
Where's the appeal section?
it says it can be approved, appealed to the governing body who shall apply the same criteria.
I find it interesting that if we're the only body, like in that 7.5 Street, that listens to public comment,
Yeah.
and that's how it was described to me, how can we not respect the public comment? I feel like,
If they said it was,
because my vote was influenced by
I think,
public comment.
I think,
no,
They s-
I 100% agree. But
Yeah.
where if had gone, hypothetically, if it had gone to a court decision, let's say they'd taken this to the court, the BAR didn't do its job, and a judge says, well, I watched the video and the transcripts, and the BAR clearly was simply sympathetic to these people who didn't want this building next to them, the BAR didn't have the purview to make that decision. BAR had to make had the purview to make a decision based on its guidelines, which allowed it to do X, Y, Z. So it would have been, that's where, however, when I was speaking internally here, I said, but the BAR's decision, if you go through the record, you go through the tape, you all grounded yourselves absolutely to the guidelines. You referred to what the community said, you acknowledged what they said, you sympathized with what they said, but your decision was singularly, you would go, you even emphasized, several of you at times go, however, going back to the guidelines, and so.
my take on it is that, as we reminded the public before they commented numerous times, to stay within our purview, and then I, as a BAR member, when I'm listening to the public, have to put on that BAR hat and say, if this person's saying that they feel the building is too big or the massing's too large or whatever, things that are within our purview, I'm going to take that in consideration. If this person says that, like, they didn't talk to me enough and they're not hiring the right people, I'll give them their 3 minutes, but it's just going out
Right.
going out my ear.
Right.
Like, I'm not gonna take that into my judgment or consideration.
I will say that, like, I feel like after that meeting, the big meeting, that most everybody left with a better understanding of what we do. And that was a good thing.
But if you all had made a motion to deny because you think the zoning is inappropriate here, or, the neighbors are going to be upset about traffic. If you'd gone down that path, I would have had to stop you and say,
Yeah, right.
you're, now we're in trouble. Because, but but when you, and I mean, really the remarkable thing was taken in its whole, and you look at the comments that you all made, you stayed in your box better than I think any of us realize. And so that kudos to you all on that. And that's what we have to continue to work towards. All right, so now you just had 50 minutes of training. But we want to talk about archaeology.
55.
And, I don't know to what, I mean, Jen, you've probably dealt with it.
I'd love you to talk about
Yeah,
archaeology.
I mean, we don't have an ordinance. We have had some applicants willing to entertain it. But so we're gonna talk about it a little bit. Let Ben.
Not tonight. Not tonight.
All right, guys.
A future meeting.
I'm thirsty, but I
Motion
don't know.
to adjourn?
Yeah.
All right, I hear a motion to adjourn. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. So adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Well, actually, it's.